Let's go ahead and drop into this. Ankos, where we last saw you, you departed to go and have an eat. Yeah, have an eat. Have an eat.
Yes.
That's the word for it with Uvon, whilst you discuss your crazy conspiracy theories. You responded to pretty quickly, and it just so happened that Uvon was in the area that you were currently traversing, so you stop by a cheap and greasy fast food joint and kind of sit down in a booth surrounded by kids and the occasional Mexican family. But not
Ugh.
Mexican because
Latinx
it's
still
it's
exists?
Starfinder. Anyway,
Hey, I have a question. Is the chef here that fat guy?
the chef here is a spindly old man who has white graying hairs and like you can smell the alcohol from like the booth.
Did Tim
Good
Tom
Lord.
go with
Oh,
Hooper?
No,
I
Tom
don't.
did
no,
He's
not
just
go.
asking.
No,
I
I,
think.
I was just
you're
asking
just in the
because
greasiest part
I
of
was
town.
thinking like super greasy restaurant, and my mind went to that.
No kidding.
Into fucking Attack of the Clones, that fucking four-armed grease goblin.
So,
Okay.
all right, gentlemen. You go ahead and sit down, order your meals. I won't force you to keep track of the credits because it is extremely cheap here. However, the food quality is poor, and you sit down and just kind of like, all right, well, you brought me here. What's going on?
All right. So, to put this as simple as I can, I think I'm starting to chase a white rabbit. I need you to talk me out of my conspiracy theories. So, I've found out that Stursk is bringing a lot of very influential people to his gala he's hosting. A lot of
like what?
influential within the houses.
Like he's
not the
bringing
syndicate.
nobles here?
Yeah, he's getting a lot of old friends that have a lot of ties to the House Balder into this gala.
All right.
I am concerned why he's gathering so many old enemies of the Syndicate under one roof, and also concerning the terraformers. Have we thought that maybe one of the reasons why they've stayed down for so long, and one of the reasons they're not letting us touch them, is maybe because they have ulterior, sinister plans for them?
I mean, I think you're jumping to conclusions. Honestly.
Oh, I absolutely think I am, but I just want to hear you say it so I can let go of this fucking horse.
Okay, well, I think that speculation is healthy for a mind, but there comes a point, and he puts a hand on your shoulder, where, I mean, if we think that we're just surrounded by these terrifying concepts, how the fuck are we supposed to sleep at night? I mean, sinister applications for a terraformer. Nobles all showing up. I mean, those are of serious interest and merit further study, but we work in a realm of facts and not opinions.
Yeah, you're right. But regardless, now that that's out of the way, I just would like some professional secondhand opinion. Why do you think that why do you think these people are coming here, like, or why do you think you might be inviting people like this to the fucking gala? It's strange that he keeps so many connections with these old spurned houses, especially since they've wronged him so in the past. At least the people that he cared about.
Well, my pop talks about it pretty often. He's pretty into political affairs. From what I hear, the houses didn't really support Balder in the conflict. So, if they're bringing a bunch of them here, there's a good chance they may be trying to look for, I don't know, a means of apology. That's my guess.
Wow, it's strange they'd feel like they have to apologize to House Balder. They're all but destroyed. There's not much left to apologize to. They hold no more power in this region. They've been thoroughly bull-lived by the Syndicate.
Not in this region, but the remnants that managed to flee the planet and return as refugees to the rest of their empire still exists.
Well, I guess that's more significant then.
Like I said, I mean, my personal opinion, they're probably gonna, I don't know, try to. I mean, I'm not real good with these like mental shenanigans. If I had to guess, it's probably nothing that big. If it is, then Hell, I guess we'll have a whole new can of worms to rip open.
Right. But you can understand why I'm immediately jumping to the worst possible case scenarios. You've seen what the last about month of my life has looked like.
Well, shit, I mean, you've been through a lot.
Yeah,
So,
and there's been a lot of cases where I expect the worst possible outcome, and I'm still proven wrong, so my expectations
I
these days are rather disproportionate.
I can't help but notice that, like, you haven't really been around the outpost too much. Been hanging around with those new friends of yours. You good?
Yeah, no, I'm fine. I have been trying to use them to help me conduct this investigation. They've also had other business, and I don't know, after you went through what we went through, I kind of feel an obligation to help them out after they've helped me out so much, you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, like,
I'm
they're
not
not
allowing my...
agents.
They're not, but don't worry, I'm not allowing my personal connections to get into the way of work, but... Oh god,
So,
this is gonna be awkward to explain.
what do you plan to do at the gala?
The
Because
gala?
I have my plans set aside.
Well, I've gotten a suit, and I have scoped out Stursk just a little bit. I've gotten some personal information on his interest and talking points, as well as personal connections, and I'm gonna try and use them to get close to him.
What you
And,
thinking?
well, I've thought to myself that, okay, Stursk has a passing interest in ancient technology. I'd say our terraformers classify as ancient technology. I'll try to strike up some conversation points and try and get him on the subject. I don't want to let him know I'm with the triple I, because obviously he's going to completely clam up around me. Maybe, and I've thought about this. What do you think about? All right, we're not a criminal organization. I get this is kind of bordering on the lines of legality, but what if we bugged him?
Bugged him. How?
As in, put a bug on him, because if he's going to be associating and talking with all these strange relations, I don't think I could get myself into the room to hear what they're discussing, but I would really like to get some ears in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you mean.
This is definitely on the morally the legally ambiguous side of our work, but I feel like we should probably start looking into more aggressive means of gathering information, because at this point, it's a matter of this planet's security getting those goddamn terraformers up, and we need to find out why he's being so stubborn.
I'll talk with the boss and see if I can't figure something out.
Yeah, I'd have to go back to the agency to get the tech to do it anyways. I just straight up don't have the money to buy hardware like this on my own dime. So if you can run that, run that down on some low channels with the boss. And see
Speaking
what
of
she
running
thinks of it.
things through with the boss, are you taking him to the gala? Your new
What my
friends?
circumstance dictates that I might have to be around them when it happens, but I'll try to keep them out of the way.
What does that mean?
Uvan, you're one of my closest friends, and I want to tell you everything, but I can't do it here.
What,
I
this burger joint?
correct.
I think the only thing here to listen to us are rats, so
I wish I believed that. Tell you what, I'm gonna trust you with some information that could potentially be dangerous if it got out, but I'm not gonna
okay.
do it here. Let's meet at your place tonight, and whenever I was showing you the recordings and clippings of what I've been through, I didn't show you everything. Yeah, I can't keep the facade up any longer. I think that the only way that I can explain to you why I have to be around these people is to show you. Until then, muse over what I've told you, and we'll sit down and have a more revealing discussion later, whenever I'm more. And as I say this, I kind of like look around left to right, secluded.
Right. Well, you've definitely piqued my curiosity. And as you say that, you hear the order being called, and Uvan's just like, fucking god damn it. And he gets up, and like in this little tiny booth, you hear what sounds like a bolt squeaking as he accidentally bumps into the table and like forcibly tilts it, permanently adjusting it by a few degrees, and then slides out and goes over and picks up this like very flimsy sack of just like random assorted shit that you guys have ordered. You finish what you have pretty fast, and if the party doesn't have any imminent concerns, we can cut to what would be a private conversation between the two within his own domain.
I don't have anything I want to do that would prevent that from happening right now.
I don't have
I
anything
can't
either.
think of anything at the moment, so
So, the day, kind of GTA style, passes over the city and then adjusts to nighttime, and then goes to Uvon's place. And as the both of you, presumably having parted ways at the restaurant, arrive at different times, Uvon lets you in, closes the door, adjusts the blinds, and has to fight with them for a second because he overdraws and accidentally damages them, and then has to like forcibly realign the blades with his own hands. Then he just kind of crosses his arms. What's going on?
So I'm going to hang my jacket at the door and sit down on the couch, and I'm going to bring up my PDA, or bring up my personal comm device that has some of the footage that I've saved onto it. And I'm going to go into some hidden encrypted folders that I've set up for an occasion like this, and open up some files. And one of the files I'm going to show is of us initially finding 447 going through the ship, and all these things. So I told you about how I was in a crash, right?
Yeah.
I don't think I ever told you what actually caused it. As we were moving through on our last leg of the journey approaching the planet, something crashed into us. A vessel. An old one. We had to escape We had to escape onto it to escape our burning, dying ship. And as we escaped onto it, we found things, including one of the people that I travel with, who is older than the Syndicate, trapped in a barely functional cryopod for what was the time span again? Hundreds, over 1,000 years? Very long time.
1,500.
1,500 years. Yeah, that was the time.
I recall the popsicle.
Oh, okay, that was related to him. Okay, well.
Well, Olini didn't leave us all in the dark. She did cast the relevant files to their appropriate individuals and did sift through them. So, what is it that you're hiding from everybody is what I'm trying to get at.
That popsicle wasn't the only thing we found on that ship that was self-aware.
Alright.
There was a project on the ship being run by Voyager, and they were observing something that had, by the looks of it, either killed or just outlived its captors. And when we left the ship, it came with us. Mind you, our leaving was a very turbulent event. We hopped on an old shuttlecraft and used it as an escape pod, and I'm gonna say this with no hyperbole, no exaggeration, no showmanship. I'm not playing this up, this is what happened. I fucking died, Uvon. Not my heart stopped. Not I was out for a few minutes. I was a pile of gore, just like every single other person that I'm riding with when that ship slammed into the planet. This thing that we found brought us back. In a way that no conventional science or medicine can explain, and for some fucking reason, it's bound us together. I don't know how that thing works, and that thing doesn't know how it works. And because of this, I am now literally leashed to these individuals.
Ubon's eyes kind of open wide for a second before the ambient light in the room kind of tightens the black orbs into slits, at which point he kind of narrows, takes a few steps back, and puts an arm on the counter to kind of just relieve the weight that he is currently supporting.
I know I sound like a oh, sorry, go ahead.
So, you're a dead man.
Well, I feel very alive, my heart's still beating, and to be honest with you, that's not the first time it happened, or that's not the only time it happened, but it was the first. One phenomenon I've observed amongst us is that if we are apart for too long, it's almost like our physical form unbinds and we lose ourselves. There was one time when we were in Gilead, that village I told you about, and I was about to make a mad dash for some mechanic shop to save some parts, and I just fucking disappeared. I stopped existing, and it was like it's like turning into a ghost. And I believe the same thing could happen to me if I leave them for too long.
So this thing that binds you all together, is it here right now?
I almost opened my mouth to say no, and then I look back down to my PDA.
I imagine
frankly-
when you look down at your PDA, you just see the smiley face before it flickers out.
And then as
That
soon
is
as I see
fucking
the
horrifying.
as soon as I see the smiley face, I just sigh and go, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure she is."
Well, shit.
She's,
I-
for all intents and purposes, from what I found not malicious. If she thought we were a threat, she could have killed us a very long time ago. And you're not the only one that knows about her.
Who else
At least not the
knows?
only one. Well, there was a noble back in Kiliad, a man named Zacharias, and one of my cohorts spilled the beans to him about her, and I guess she's not completely and utterly interested in keeping her existence a secret because she didn't kill him. So, I suppose that in the right circumstance, she's okay with people knowing about her as long as there's somebody that we trust. And you're one of the people I trust most in this world, so I figure if I can't tell you, then who the fuck can I tell?
This isn't good, Orion.
No, I know it's not.
The boss just knows that you found a weird-ass artificial intelligence. She doesn't know any of this shit.
Yeah, and I'd prefer to keep it that way.
This is
To be
bad.
To be entirely honest, I've been thinking about leaving the agency. I can't continue on my normal work while existing in this state. I have to be able to work independently, and I have to be able to understand what the hell could happen to me at any given time. I don't want to cause friction between the agency and myself and these assets.
Well,
God, this is fucking hard to talk about. You're the first person I've actually dumped this information to.
I mean, you spent most of your life working up to this spot, and now you're just gonna have it forced away from you.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem fair.
No, I know. I've spent. I want to make it work if I can, but I've been running over all the situations in my head, and for fuck's sake, I have to drive. I have to drag a group of 6 or 7 of maybe the most ridiculous, volatile personalities I can think of into a goddamn ball. I can't make that. I don't even know if I'm gonna make that work. How can I make that happen again?
Well,
My circumstance is not one that lends a lot of breathing room to our job. Like I said, I would like to keep it as much as I can, but I'm just gonna put this on the table. I might have to drop this unless I can find a way to make it work.
you are fortunate in one aspect. The
What
gala
that
that
be?
you're going to does have an unlimited amount of guests, as long as it is within responsibility.
Have I told you that one of my companions is a literal fucking bear?
Have you even seen the majority of the races that dwell under the House of Draconis? Some of those people are basically half monsters, including myself, I should mention.
You know, that's fair, I guess, but I'm used to you. I'm not used to a fucking bear following me around. I keep on thinking it's gonna try and fucking claw my eyes out or mistake me for a big pot of honey.
I mean,
Tim Tom
Ulan just
sees
kind
us
of like-
somewhere in the city.
I feel an unordinary amount of hatred against me somewhere within the city.
Oh well,
I
at
must
least honey's
tear
here
their
for me.
eyes out and claw their flesh.
I mean, don't
Tim
Don't
Tom,
get me wrong.
racism detection.
get me wrong. They're good
Empathic
people. They're
racism.
just they're very far outside of my usual association.
Yeah, Ulan just kind of like stops for a second, takes a moment with his hands, and just kind of addresses the fact that he is maybe a good half of you taller than you. And then goes to point out, he pulls back his bottom lip and shows off rows and rows of just like sharp fangs. And then points at his hands, and they are like with very large talons that could cleave people.
Yeah, nah, trust me, I get it, Uvan. You're an absolute unit, and to somebody that hasn't spent, a large portion of their life around you, you're fucking terrifying, but I don't know. At least you're composed enough to offset your demeaning nature.
Well, my point is, you can bring them to the gala as long as you keep a tight eye on them.
Yeah,
So, you're going after Stursk?
yeah.
Well,
Obviously, everything else I've talked about with you keep between you and me, but the original plan at the diner, I'd still like to go through with that.
I will say, while this is going on, I wasn't allowed to attend the gala itself, but I was allowed to reinforce its security detail. So, I'll be keeping an eye out in terms of cameras and guards. So, that should make you feel a little bit better.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't even really entertain a lot of the. I didn't really entertain an option or a possibility of outside interference. But as long as you're running watchdog on this, I think we'll be fine.
I'm just saying, if something weird does happen, I'll be there.
And I'll have a lot of backup. And regardless of how awkward maybe some of us are, there's some pretty stone cold fighters I'm teamed up with right now. But I really, really would like this to not come to that. Well, that's really all. I kind of spilled my entire heart and soul to you. Every dark secret I've been hiding for the past month. This is there on the table. Can do what you want with that information. But,
I mean,
I just
I'm
felt
not
like I
going
had
to
to
tell
tell you.
anybody.
They probably just think you're crazy anyways. Honestly, I was
Oh.
worried you think I'm crazy.
I've worked with you long enough that, well, I know that you're not just shitting around. And you have been through some stuff, and with this evidence that you procured, I don't think you're crazy, Orion. I just think you're in a bad spot right now. And to you, whatever the fuck you are, you do anything to him, I'll come after you. And with that, he walks over towards his door. You should meet up with the rest of your crew. Tell them about what's going on. Get ready for the gala tomorrow.
Right. Thanks for the time. I feel about 30 pounds lighter right now. And then I say that, I grab my jacket, throw it on over my shoulders, and walk out the door. And begin a slow walk through the night streets back to the apartment. Or
Eventually
back
you
to
make it
wherever
there. Most of the party has grouped up. And at this moment, with darkness falling over the city, I imagine it is up to each individual member of the party to kind of determine what they are doing.
I have a question.
Well,
Does fucking Vaku still have his like really bad burns on his arm?
I imagine that his burns are probably healing by now. There was
Okay.
a 2-3
Yeah.
day separation, and you have been administering like constant medical attention to them.
Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
how much would
So-
I have healed up since then?
I would probably say that you've healed at least 8 HP.
Okay,
you're
that would put me up to
probably
50.
Yeah, 15.
Okay, I mean,
Also,
That-
Tim Tom obviously has been thoroughly documenting everything he's done to this bird.
Good idea.
yeah.
I get a thorough understanding of your medical history. So I must ask, Malachi, are you here?
I am, yes.
What exactly is dog doing?
What the dog doing?
What the dog doing?
I'll do it.
What the dog
Well,
doing?
since the curse of his name has once again come back, with everyone calling him dog.
I've tried to stick to Darian. I've tried.
I
And,
can't.
and if
You know what I
if
mean.
you had never fucking took on that code name,
It's very funny. Shut up.
okay.
But he's probably going to pull out some relic that managed to stay with him from his past. And in what might be something that is rare for him, he's going to think.
That is not good.
No.
He is going to think very hard about what has happened, what could be happening, and where his life has gotten to him. And that's it for now.
Fair
He's
enough.
going to think very hard and wonder, what am I doing here?
Right. So
Still here, just to suffer.
the rest of the party chills out for the day. And aside from the weird technical glitch on, the occasional device, something that's probably a product of your strange mutual acquaintance, you all get good night's sleeps. Aside from maybe Ankos, who's got a lot to think about.
I would like to mention that I'm probably not feeling great about seeing the sun-bleached, atmosphereless husk of my home planet, but I guess that's neither here nor there.
That is definitely something to keep in mind, considering that, like, the place that you originally came from is now a barren rock.
And I have seen it with my own eyes now.
I mean, do you even get sleep?
That's a good question.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still a little hurt from my injuries from the fight with Cat.
Fair
I mean,
enough.
I'm mostly healed up, but I'm still probably hurting a little bit.
Couple of remnant scars.
I'm going to just kind of lean over and use healing touch.
Yeah, you know what? I think for me, this is a pretty sleepless night.
Fair enough.
So, this
So,
should...
Vaku, that'll bring you back up to full HP.
Yay.
And as for the Centurion, go ahead and give me a Fortitude save.
I will. Wow.
Yeah, you spend the rest of the night just kind of like hands clenched. Occasionally you have to pull out the PDA just to kind of reaffirm your just genuine feeling of zealous hatred watching your homeworld burn, and that rage gets you through the night.
I imagine there's not a lot of rooms, but I imagine some people might be having trouble sleeping because I'm pacing a lot during this.
No, it's just kind of occasionally the sound of armored footsteps echo through the room and disturb a couple of the party members.
Can Tim Tom and him have a scene? That's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I imagine it's like you're pacing. The couch is too small for Tim Tom, so Tim Tom has like a little pallet. And Tim Tom kind of wakes up. Ow. Something, you alright there?
Huh? What is it, Doctor?
Well, you look a little angsty.
My helmeted head turns towards you. Do
Well,
I look like anything?
Well, yeah. You seem like you're upset.
You were at the library when I saw what I saw. Shouldn't have to spell it out for you.
Yeah. Yes, you're right. But, sitting there and brooding about it isn't exactly the best way to go about it.
What would you do?
Well, Tim Tom kind of gets up, walks over, and kind of rifles through the cabinet trying to find a bottle. Well, I can tell you what I did, more or less.
What you did.
Yeah. Well, when I came back home,
You lose
I mean,
your
sure,
home planet too?
well, not the home planet, but family, friends, everyone I cared about back home. Can't really say I've, had to literally watch my entire homeworld get incinerated. I mean, not gonna lie, there's no real comparison there, but I can at least make a connection between losing your home.
And how'd you handle that?
I came back here. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't exactly take it very good.
You came back here, as in you've been here before.
Mm-hmm.
You
Does Tim
know,
Tom find a bottle?
I imagine that you are shoving through the cabinet. Give me a perception check.
Yeah!
Ooh, he boos.
Come on. Perception, perception, perception.
I imagine that your claws kind of find a couple of bottles. You pull out the first one and quickly discover that it is rubbing alcohol. And then you put it back, and you manage to find a old, warm, possibly flat beer.
Ugh.
Keeping in mind that you haven't, like, restocked this place with alcohol, and this is probably just something that the old Dennison left.
Tim Tom pours it down the drain.
uh,
Just takes a smell, nose curls, like it's that scene from fucking SpongeBob where he's like he eats the soured milk, pours it down the drain. Yeah, I was with the 792nd Expeditionary Fleet during the war here.
you served.
8 years.
I wasn't aware.
Yeah.
Well, I reckon warfare probably changed quite a bit from when I was active to when you served, so
Well, we
I-
didn't vaporize planets.
yeah, well, if it's any consolation, that was a myth, or at least it was. We would hear ghost tales about the Hallowed scouring planets, but we thought it was just that. Never saw any concrete evidence, but for it to come true in such a way, I'm not even sure I believe what I just saw.
Yeah. And Tim Tom kind of just exhales deeply. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I don't really know of any wars that the Syndicate have had to fight against, Armageddon weapons.
But you've been on the field. You do know what it's like, to some extent.
More than I'd like. Yeah.
You did say some things back in Gilead before you joined us that made me wonder about you, but I guess this just confirms it.
Tim Tom kind of just sits there. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I don't really.
Take it you don't much like discussing your service then.
I know the earlier years were fine. I was on medic ships, clinics, just going about helping people, but my earlier time on this planet, no, not really.
So this is where you were stationed, you were deployed here.
Mm-hmm.
In the war against House Baldor, I would guess.
Yeah, that'd be right? Against the war against House Baldor?
That would be correct.
Yep.
Then I can only imagine you weren't a big fan of us having to break bread with them, how we did to make it out of there.
I'm not gonna lie. That's not exactly something I...
447.
What was that?
Something does sound odd about this path of logic. If the bear was present in the Syndicate war with House Baldor, then that would mean that he is over 60 years old.
How would I know that, though?
Because you understand from Ankos saying that this war happened quite a while ago, that you would make that connection.
That's...
Ankos has discussed a little bit of this case with the rest of you.
I'm glad you pointed that out to me, because I would not have remembered that.
More specifically, it was during the time that he was discussing the terraforming plans, and whenever he was referencing that, like, this conflict happened a while ago.
I'll put that in my back pocket and address it, because there is another line I want to take this conversation. So you had to put up with dealing with the enemy when we were trying to get out of Gilead.
Yeah.
I have to say, you handled that a hell of a lot better than I did. Back when we were in the wilderness, we met that knife ear.
To be honest, I think the reason why I had to keep my tongue so... Well, I had to keep myself so cool is... You can only watch the violence around you so much before you can just try to, I don't know, try not to make the same mistakes you did before, if that makes sense.
You want to grow.
Yeah, try to. Not gonna lie, most days it's pretty hard. And Tim Tom looks longingly at that empty bottle of beer he poured down the drain.
I'm not going to diminish your ability to grow past your old grudges. But for you, it has to be at least a little easier than it is for me. I remember when we were in that forest and I was about ready to draw down on that thing. Sal said to let bygones be bygones. I didn't think Sal was that stupid, but now I know. That knife ear was right about one thing. I was built to kill him. It's not in my DNA to let go.
Am I still within hearing range?
Aren't you asleep?
Are you asleep?
No, I healed Vaku, remember?
Oh.
Ah.
Well,
I would say
whatever.
that probably catches the end of your hearing range.
I'm just going to kind of look up and just say, just kind of loud enough for them to hear it, was, I was meaning for as long as he was useful to get us to where we need to go.
If my eyes
do
could
not-
be rolling behind my helmet, you wouldn't be able to see them.
But, yeah. I guess well, honestly, that particular train of thought, I wasn't raised, to be a killer. I was product of genetic engineering for more or less semi-slave duty.
A product of genetic engineering, forced to do something against your will. Welcome to the club.
Yeah, but Syndicate doesn't really take kind of that, so they kind of broke down that organization.
Don't get me wrong. I liked what I did. I was proud of what I was, but I didn't get much of a choice in the matter. That doesn't bother me. I think what does bother me now is that I do have a choice. I was built to do one thing. I was made to fight a war, to fight the Hallowed. And when I was with my comrades, we'd ask one another, what happens when it's over? What becomes of us then? I never thought I'd have to answer that question. And it's at that point I'd look down at the PDA with the burnt out husk of Concordia. Not like this.
So, Tim Tom kind of sits there. What are you gonna do?
Well, we're all stuck together now. For better or worse. Given the circumstances, I guess I'd be inclined to say it was for the better. I could have been saddled with a far more incompetent band of fools than you. But
Well,
at the same time, I know that didn't come off as much of a compliment. I apologize.
yeah, you're good. I'm used to your strangely level-headedness and cruel and cold humor.
Well, whenever you're built to kill, you do have to find ways to make light of it.
Understandable.
But, I was thinking about something. Enko said that war was the one you served in. Was about 60 years ago.
This is
Now,
true.
I'm not an expert on earth sign physiology, but I don't reckon you're supposed to be able to live that long.
Oh no, our typical lifespans are about 60 years in general.
So,
Ah.
you're fairly old.
Cryostasis incident.
You too?
Oh yeah. Oh boy, the similarities just keep
I
on racking up.
didn't realize how much we had in common, Doctor.
Yeah. Ship broke down in the you know, that space. I don't really know what it's called. I'm not a Navy guy. But they put us in cryo, woke up about 50 something years later, sent me home, and yeah.
About how old are you, do you think? Biologically.
Oh, biologically, about 27.
So, you still got a few good years left ahead of you.
Yeah, kind of sort of midlife crisis right now, actually.
Well, like I once told you, Centurions don't get to live to be very old. So, if I was still serving, it would be about time for my midlife crisis as well. But
Well,
I guess I don't have to worry about that anymore. What I do have to worry about is the toxins in my blood.
well, I could, if you want, I can try to see about performing some form of dialysis.
Well, given it's been a millennia and a half in stasis and I'm up and moving and
Oh, that's an absolute miracle. Like
I know.
I've never even heard of anything like that. If that's the case, whatever sort of cryostasis systems you guys have.
I still
Wow.
find myself grieving what I lost, but I guess I have to count my blessings that I'm still able to do what I do now. I don't reckon you'll be able to relate to this as much as I would, given you were only down for 50 years or so, but...
Oh.
Does it just feel like it was yesterday to you? Before they put you down? How long has it been since you were unfrozen?
5 years?
Then I guess you've had a bit of time to move on.
Moving on is a relative term. You could say I moved on, but at the same time, I'm
Well,
more or less right back where I started.
I get what you mean. It's not something you can just let go of to have witnessed the horrors of war the way you and I have. But I mean, you've had time to cope with the lost years from being inside of a tube.
Tim Tom kind of thinks about that for a moment. I'd like to think I have, but I don't think I did, to be entirely honest.
Well, that's a good forecast. I was thinking about that knife ear again. He recognized me instantly, knew what I was. Yet, what transpired between Concordia and the Hallowed Court was 1,500 years ago. That thing had to have been old, ancient. I'm not sure his kind even lives that long. Might have been a descendant, but to him, what happened was history. Even Enkos called this a generations-old rivalry, but to me, the war was just yesterday. It was just yesterday.
Shocking, isn't it?
One moment was at the peak of my power, and at the next...
Stripped away with absolutely nothing and no one there behind you to back you up.
The next moment I'm wearing hand-me-down armor, shooting from a hunting rifle, barely able to even flip a vehicle if I needed to.
That's actually very shocking. Coincidentally, that's also... I got sent back home, and Tim Tom kind of pulls down part of his, I imagine, he's wearing, a white t-shirt right now, and, kind of moves across to some of his fur, and on his right shoulder, there's this big-ass scar. I caught that when a APC drove over a mine.
You hit an
They
IED.
sent me home because of it. Took too long to, recover. And one day, hey, congratulations, you're going home. The day before that, you're in a burning wreck pulling the pulling what's left of your squad out of a burning vehicle. And the day after that, you wake up 50 years later.
You know, after you lose a squad mate, it's a little difficult to adjust to having a new one. You work with them, obviously, because it's your duty. You have to, and you're professional, and you get the job done. But after fighting in so many battles with a particular group of people, you can't help but form bonds and get attached. And it's a little, you get a little whiplash seeing someone else fill those shoes, do all the same things they used to do, thinking that shouldn't be them there, that should be my brother. But something you dare not bring up. Don't want to hurt unit cohesion. And you know, I experienced that as in my capacity as a Centurion. Like I said, Centurion dies, it's expected almost. So it's something we had to put up with. I lost squad mates in the past. But now all of them are gone. And I look around you, all of you, and I see parallels between the people I once knew. And I just keep thinking, it shouldn't be you here, it should be them. But I guess realistically, I shouldn't be here. I should be someplace far, far back away. You know, I think Darian knows what that's like to some extent. We're both from faraway places and faraway times. Neither of us belong here. But as far as having an enemy walk the galaxy, I think it's only you and I who know what that's like. I have the Hallowed, you have Baldor. Doomtread would know too. But I can't talk to him about that without setting him off. But it's not his fault. You know, their aggression drove Concordia to genetically engineer a breed of specialized elite soldiers created specifically to kill them. It can't have been for no reason, Tim Tom. They must have deserved it. It's why I exist at all.
I'm not gonna lie, it makes sense, but I don't know. I didn't even know Concordia or this war that you're talking. This war even happened until you showed up. Until I saw that video.
It seems like much of humanity has forgotten. And if there's one thing I can... What? If there's one thing I hope to accomplish during my new life, I want to remind my people of what those bastards did to us. And I know there's no more Concordians, but humans. Thank everything there is, humans still exist. I want humanity to wake up and remember what those knife ears did.
Knowing the past is a good way to help prepare for the future, but if you're not careful, you try to prevent the future by, there's like a whole additive, forget the past. If you forget the past, you'll repeat it, yada, yada, yada. Oh boy, I'm sorry, my mind's a little frazzled at the moment. I've kind of been lost in thought. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
What's that?
Yeah, I don't know. Earlier I heard someone try to say something, but their mic just like...
I think that was Lane.
Here, I'll mute myself. My bad.
Well, Mr. 447, I apologize, but I'm gonna go out for a walk. if you want to join, I mean, I'm up. I don't think I'm gonna go to sleep for the rest of the night.
What's keeping you up? Don't tell me it's me.
Oh, no, just reminiscing.
He's just going down to the corner store to buy some liquor.
Yeah,
You
well,
get the sense he probably's about to, yeah.
I've got too much on my mind to get any rest, so might as well give you escort.
Well, isn't that just a generous thing? Wait, before we leave, we got a key to this place, right?
I have a key to here, yes.
Okay, good, because I don't have a key.
You know as well as I do, this city isn't exactly clean. I know you're not exactly a easy target, but you never know what could happen.
So,
Tim Tom looks at his holster where he has his needle
No,
beagle.
I gotta say I pity the poor fool who tries to mug a bear.
You come up to my chest and it's kind of funny. Tim Tom's like 11 feet fucking tall. Tim Tom is Ambram built.
Well, at least you're
Tim
a
Tom is
normal.
bigger than Amram.
As we're leaving, I'm gonna keep talking with Tim Tom, and I guess we can fade the conversation out here. At least you're a normal height for a bear. I can't tell you how many times.
I'm fairly short. Actually, I'm pretty short.
Well, I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm a bit tall for a human, and I've gotten a bit of grief over it here recently.
Well, that's at least one thing we have in common: the fact we have to duck below every doorway we enter in.
As you say that, I realize I'm about to hit my head on the doorway. Oh!
Christ.
All right. Well, unless there's any more, Matt wants to take that. I think I'm good.
So, you go out, you walk a bit, get some fucking alcohol from the corner store, come back. You try to continue the conversation with the bear, but he ends up just passing out drunk.
So I think when they do come back, Dog is going to stand up, holding the relic from his past. Say, you know what? I think a walk is a good idea. I can't sleep either.
So
I think I'm gonna go alone though.
Alone. All right.
Yeah.
Well, you have us on comm if something goes wrong.
Yeah, I do.
I simply nod my head at you, and I go back to my pacing for now.
But before I go,
yeah.
Here, and he's just going. And Darian is going to hand Centurion the knife that he originally had with him. And be like, I got a new one, and I think you'll like it more than I will.
Kind
of
of
punching things too much.
Hold it up to the light. Reckon I needed one of these. I find a place on my armor to sling it. Thank you, Darian.
I'll be right back.
And with Darian leaving, he is going to walk for about 30 seconds, look back.
Holy shit, it's already in my inventory. Wow.
Look back and say, maybe I need to think a little less. And he's going to just walk and not come back.
So, as Darian wanders off into the night, I imagine that a lot of thoughts pass through your head, and the one above them all is the fact that you want answers. This experience has been fun, but it's brought you no further to figuring out who or what you are, and so you disappear. The night passes into morning, and I imagine that Ankos, seeing as how this is the morning, and Megala will happen later in the evening, unites most of the party, and finds Dog missing.
Okay, there's 447, Tim Tony. Alright, where'd Darian go?
Last night, he gave me his survival knife and said he was going for a walk. I am a little concerned he hasn't come back by now. I didn't get any sleep, and I didn't see him come back.
Yeah, well, who knows? Maybe he's chasing down a target or something.
Well, if we're getting
Fucking-
ready to grab the day by the horns, we should at least give him a call.
Yeah, you're probably right. I wouldn't mind him being here to overhear this, and then I'm gonna get on my PDA and try to ring him up, I guess, and I imagine go to voicemail.
You do not get a response.
Well, that's highly concerning. But I guess if he's not here and if there's no way getting a hold of him, he's gonna have to return eventually. Otherwise, he's gonna get fucking dissipated again.
I
Well,
think we
I'm
might
gonna
maybe we should go after him.
I'm gonna just kind of say aspect. You know where he ran off to?
You do not get a response from Aspect.
Okay, that's kind of concerning.
I'm gonna tap my comm unit. Aspect, are you with us?
A couple of seconds pass, and then you get a confirmation chirp.
Know where Dorian ran off to?
If one could express the shrug through the text format, that is what you get.
Well, we might have to make a detour and go after him.
Either way,
This is a very
Hopefully-
bad day for him to just go ahead and up and leave. I mean, we need to plan out this event, but it could be dangerous if he's gone for too long.
I, of course, don't want to run it off when we're down a man, but it's going to happen with or without him.
Well, honestly, if it's all the same to you, I feel like
Perfect.
do it.
I'm talking about what Malachi posted.
Oh, nice. Fuck, that completely lost my train of thought.
If it's all
I'm
the
back.
same to us.
Oh, I'm sure he'll find his way back to us whenever he's done with whatever the hell he's doing, unless he, I doubt he got hit by a fucking car somewhere.
Wait, didn't he already get hit by a car?
Once before?
He got tapped by a car. I think he's fine.
Well,
The point
We were also
is,
chasing Cat.
Look, he has to know that if he strays too far for too long, he will lose himself. So if he's not coming back, that concerns me. He never came off to me as suicidal.
All right. Well, if it'll put your
I
mind at
really
ease, we could go on a quick search for him before we start sitting down to discuss plans.
I think it's wise that we do. I'm a little perplexed that it seems I'm the only one concerned about this.
I mean, it's definitely concerning, yeah, but once again, I mean,
So,
surely he knows about the negative side effects of leaving for too long. He could come back at any moment now.
I should ask, where are you searching?
That's a good question. I know he left, but I don't know exactly
Where
where.
would he go off to?
Do we have anyone who knows survival? Because I do not.
I think he
Uh,
was our
Actually,
survival
wait a minute.
expert.
I know. Your reach unfortunately is not with us. So next best thing, I'm gonna.
I have a bit of survival expertise.
Okay, we can
Hey,
try two
Levi, I have a
avenues,
question.
then.
What's up, Matt?
If could we use like the GPS on his fucking
I was just about to bring that up.
on his fucking data pad?
I
like,
mean, if you want to attempt to make a computer's check to do something like that,
Sure, I have a pretty high computers check. I mean, it's a +9. It's not as high as your reach, but
Yeah.
Mine is humble +7. I guess I could try it as well. I doubt I'm gonna beat that, but I can give you a hand.
That was culture. Oh wait, it's
that
all the
was
same for
culture,
you.
but it's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm a fucking idiot.
All right.
There's same modifier. The roll would be the same.
So, you go ahead and manipulate your fucking personal comm unit in a manner that would allow you to try and see where his last Boogle location was. I hate Boogle.
you let it be called Boogle.
You quickly determine that this thing's location services were turned off.
Boogle and Ging.
Bugle, and Ging. So in other words, there is no way to track him via his comm units.
Can I see if he's online?
He is not online.
I'll send him a message. Where you at, fam? Or just where you at? Where are you?
I imagine it stalls, and the application lets you know that this individual is offline, and the next time that he comes online, he will receive the message.
I suppose we could go looking for him.
So,
I
yeah.
have a little bit
Tim
of
Tom,
experience
are you
tracking.
making it clear that it seems like he turned his comm unit off?
Yeah, I'll relay. It's like, oh well, I think he turned his comm device off.
Turned off, or do you think someone else turned it off for him?
Possible.
I don't know. I don't know, to be entirely honest.
This all seems a little out of character. I think if our next best move is to track him physically, then by all means, Vaku, lead the way.
Wait,
All
don't we
right.
have Aspect? Can we just like ask her?
We did. She didn't seem to know.
Oh, I wasn't here for
She
that.
has
My
no
bad.
clue. All right. I'll just. But where? I mean, what was the place he'd most likely be at?
Well, we could check the Fugitive Recovery Network.
Yeah. Suppose we could go there and just look around.
I mean, I was asking you to take the lead because you do have a survival skill, apparently.
Yes, I have a +4 to survival. It's not much, but it is there.
Regardless, we should start our search here.
Yeah.
You go ahead and are you going to the place that you turned in the cat's hand? Or are you just starting from the apartment?
Let's start from the apartment because this is where
Start
he
from the
left.
apartment. Yeah.
Yeah, you go ahead and exit the apartment and look around and just find cars and people and light and sound and start looking for tracks, and you just are dumbfounded. Like, where do you even start physically tracking somebody in an urban setting?
Again, I'm more used to the more remote climes. My home world. This place is
Maybe we should check
noisy.
check in with the FRN, see if he's been around there recently.
Couldn't hurt. Let's go there.
So, you will take a trip. It takes you maybe a little bit, like 10, 15 minutes to make it to that level. You get out, you search around, maybe even talk with the assistants. They have not seen hide nor hair of him.
No records of him taking any jobs recently?
Well, the last job he took was on that, little scroungy fellow.
Right.
No.
You know,
You haven't seen any trace of him since?
Other than that, no, he hasn't returned yet.
You know anyone that might have had contact with him besides us?
I wasn't connected with him personally, I'm sorry.
That's
Do you have any other business here?
one other thing. If you would be so kind, I'll relay you my contact information, and if you do see him, just let me know.
And here's my contact information as well.
We'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. So I assume we exchange contact info, and I guess we're gonna leave.
Alrighty.
So it's at this point I kind of look around a little bit. I don't know. I'm a little at a loss. If he truly chose to just vanish into the night, or otherwise got taken, then it seems our options for tracking him down are limited.
Yeah. Guess I could just.
Well,
But other than a stroke of luck, I guess I could just search around here a bit, and then nothing comes out of it, then...
Don't misunderstand me. I still am quite concerned about this and want to get to the bottom of where he went off to, but we do have a gala to attend tonight, and it's going to happen with or without him. So
yeah,
perhaps we should take care of that and then return to attempting to track him down.
Perhaps.
So to that end, if we would all like to return to our dwelling, Ankos can give us a briefing.
So
I'll look around for a little
Tim
bit
Tom
more on
once
my
again
own.
raises up his hand. Yeah, I never got an answer. What is a gala?
It's a dance.
Gala.
Oh dear.
I know. I wasn't.
Well, those
I was
fancy
not aware.
parties.
I wasn't aware of what it was either until Anko spelled it out.
You're always wearing armor. I don't think that's going to be a very elegant dance. I mean, I'm not saying this, to offend you. I'm just
Don't worry.
looking around at all of us.
Don't worry, Doctor. I'll give it a good pressure washing before we go.
I think only one of us here are fit for high class society. Looks over at fucking Sal.
I mean, I've got my rope, my duster, and this outfit is fine, but like, I don't think that it would fit with a
I'm going to
high
make it.
society
I'm
place.
going to make it clear you are not putting me in any other suit than a suit of armor.
We can use you as a bodyguard potentially. You don't have to be a.
Levi, when I was scoping out the my apartment, the closet with the clothes that was up in the bedroom, did it have clothes that were suitable for this kind of event, or were they just?
I honestly imagine that you probably have formal attire and whatever like storage that you are currently occupying.
Okay, so if I go back there, there's definitely a selection.
You're literally a noble scion. I do not imagine you running around without some kind of like formal wear.
Okay. I have that covered in terms of being well dressed for the event. Albeit I am a little hesitant to be showing my face around these sorts of things at the moment.
Yes, because the people who had you in their crosshairs assume you dead, and if public knowledge knows that you're alive, you may be hunted again. That's a good point. All
now,
right,
that doesn't mean I can't help you in coaching in terms of, working your way around these sorts of events, but
look,
if you would wish me there, I will attend.
Let's get back to the apartment and then we can discuss further details.
Yeah, you all get arranged, and Ankos is basically breaking this down with all of you. You are now in the middle of a group meeting deciding how you are going to tackle this gala.
Okay, so the information I have is... Oh shit, well... Give me just 1 second here. Break my notes again just so I can get a full brief of his name and shit. Starfinder notes. Okay,
Cell teaches the party the cha-cha real smooth.
Oh god.
The electric
slide.
slide.
As you all know, the entire reason behind this gala, or at least why we're going, is because there's a guy named Bulvok Stursk, CEO of Stormcast. He's the one that I'm trying to get information on and schmooze to. Under no circumstances is he to know that I nor anyone here is tied to the Triple I.
Easy.
He's been stonewalling us, and I want to try to find a way to get chummy with him without making him think I'm onto him.
And how do you plan on doing that?
Just talk to the guy. I have dug up a slight amount of information about him, about his interests and what he likes, and I believe that I can maybe find a conversational path that'll get us at least chummy for a little while. This isn't I don't know if I can truly action on this yet or not, but I talked with Uvan about this, and maybe I could bug him at some point during the night. After all, he's invited a lot of influential friends to this gala, and I have a feeling that he's going to want to talk to them about something at some point in the night.
I have
if
a question.
I can have a way to listen on the conversation he's going to have, then maybe I can get some information.
Hooper, I have a question.
Yeah.
Did you mention to the rest of the party that this character has a fascination with high-end jewelry?
I don't believe I did, but it would be a good idea to mention the information. Let me find out my notes where I wrote down everything that this guy was
Because I do remember that was a thing, and I do remember we have that medallion that fucking
Vaku is currently in possession of, I believe. It is a House Mortis pendant.
Yeah, it's a House Mortis medallion.
Yeah.
That is in the possession of Vaku.
He was interested in ancient technology, high-end jewelry, and fine liquor and alcohol.
Well, if he's into fine jewelry, that fucking House Mortis pendant's a great conversation starter.
Yeah, I think I already have said pendant. I think I was going to use that as kind of a way of like starting a conversation if I couldn't find a way to do it.
I think we might be able to bug the pendant.
Yeah.
Huh. Oh, well, that's an idea. But I don't know if I could just give. I don't know if he would accept just taking the pendant unless he offered to buy it from me, which I'd have to assume he'd be willing to buy it right then and there on the spot. We could bug the pendant, but I don't think that should be our only bug. Okay, I did not write these down anywhere, so I just know that this guy is very interested in the above-mentioned topics.
Well,
As for the bug, do we have the technology here to make one on hand, just in case Uvan doesn't
well,
come through with the supplies, in case the idea gets shot down?
given that your reach is currently indisposed,
I have engineering and I also computers.
I have a reasonable computers, but I can do an engineering role, but it is not a good one.
Oh, my engineering's a 4 and my computers is a 9. So.
Are you actually trained in engineering?
Yes.
My engineering is a 4, and I have expertise in it, so I can add a D6 to it. So,
well, I guess what we could do then is we could try to collaborate to quickly build a small. Who the fuck was that?
Okay.
Okay. Didn't even want to hang around to listen. Oh well. Anyways, yeah, I guess we could maybe try to see if we can find some old electronics or maybe like an old phone or something and try to build a small recording device with a mediocre battery that could keep it going for at least a couple hours. So I guess
if you intend to do this, I would like a project lead and the project subordinates.
I guess I will.
I can
actually
be a subordinate.
Timothy should. I guess I'll take project.
Well,
lead
hang on.
then.
well, it depends on
well-
what skill's going to be used for this.
Yeah, what
Your
Yeah.
agency doesn't have a means
what-
of supplying this sort of
what
clandestine
skills would
First
be
of
used for
all,
this?
just kind of like guesstimating, you would probably have to buy a personal comm unit, use engineering to take it apart, and then have to basically assemble it into the required configuration that you're wanting, which is essentially a listening device. And then you'd need a computer's check to successfully program this in a way that you are capable of listening in and recording whatever it's doing. Whatever it's
So
listening to.
couldn't
I've
one
only got
person
25
make that
fucking credits,
Couldn't
so-
only one person make an engineering check, and the next person can make a computer's check?
You could
we're-
technically declare a project leader for independent, like, engineering and computers,
Yeah.
but
I think that's what
I-
should be done.
Yeah.
Also, before we do anything, I have a booster that gives a +2 enhancement bonus to skill checks. I am also willing to. I will also be willing to pitch in some credits to buy a fucking shitty phone.
Buying a personal comm unit, especially if it's just a shitty phone, would probably be somewhere around the realm of 7 credits. So who's buying that?
I say we. Yeah. I'll buy the. I'll go out now. I'll go to the local. I'll go to the local. Radio Shack.
Yeah,
Radio Hut.
You go ahead and basically buy one of these phones off. They're basically the disposable flip things. You're not going to get good audio quality, but it will serve your
it's a
purpose.
walk phone instead
Basically.
of a Trek phone. It's a walk phone.
So, the engineering check that you give will determine its battery life and the DC required to discover its presence. So, who is the project leader for disassembling and reconfiguring this?
I guess
I
it'd
have
be
a-
whoever has the highest engineering.
Who has?
My-
Because I have a +4 in engineering.
I've only
I
got
have
a
a plus-
+2, and I have no auxiliary things to boost that higher.
I have a
I w-
+4 with expertise, which would add an extra D6.
So before
I
you start
guess it'd be
fucking with
me.
that, you see Tim Tom pull something out, this big ass thing with this fat fucking needle on it, and he's going to specifically he is stinger stick. So he doesn't waste around. He's going to pull out his stinger stick, start fucking with some stuff, and okay, Mr. Vaku, this is not gonna feel nice where you want it.
Oh.
This is like a fucking like a 4-gauge needle.
Oh. Where would you recommend it?
Tim Tom looks around. Please come with me.
Oh, boy.
God.
We're
I
Cough,
imagine
cough,
you
cough.
both-
Those who know what the peanut butter shot is.
peanut butter shot.
What
You-
the fuck?
Hooper
What
knows.
the fuck? The peanut butter shot.
It's a thick ass serum they right in the ass cheek.
Oh god.
It hurts.
So I just imagine you both disappear through a doorway. There's just a cry of pain, and then you both come back and like in awkward silence begin the project. So
Oh.
Vaku,
Ooh.
go ahead and give me a normal engineering check with your D6 experience and then an additional +2.
Okay. Engineering.
I wish
D6.
Vaku were here so we didn't the resort. No, sorry, I didn't mean Vaku. I meant fucking your reach. I wish your reach were here so we didn't resort to drugging people to get this done properly.
Excuse.
So anybody else who is assisting with the project should roll engineering checks now.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't do that.
This is one of the ones that should be affected by Operative's Edge, so I think this should be a +3, not a +2. I'm actually just gonna make a new fucking...
Yeesh.
Boy, that was a rough roll.
Does
Why the fuck is
17.
this not working?
Yeah,
Plus...
it's weird because it says
3.
I'm not trained in
Nice.
it, but at the same time,
Holy
you have a
fucking
skill rank
shit.
in
it's
it?
well, I have ranks in it. I have a rank in it, and it's checked. So,
It does not say that you have a rank in it.
are you sure?
Yes.
Oh
you have
shit! I was
0
looking at the
ranks in
wrong
it.
one. Okay, so then I guess my engineering check is null and void.
All right.
Well, I guess despite the fact that I have the least amount of modifiers and all that, fucking 19 is our best roll.
So, with a combined total of Vaku, you basically sit down and micromanage the main parts of this, breaking down the phone, realigning its microphone bit, and whatever you can basically salvage of its power units. Hooper handles kind of like the lesser things, like basically taking away the parts, arranging things in a way that makes them more convenient to you, and just kind of speeds up the process and points out things that may not work as well as you might have previously assumed them to be. So with the total check of 19, you configure this into a state that you think would be, like, operable. Now, who wants to lead the computers check?
I have a rather high computer skill.
Yeah, I've only got a +7 there, so that should be 10.
I don't have any points in computers, so
I have 2 ranks in computers, so
So go ahead and give me a computers check. And then Ankos, you will act as the assistant.
Can Tim Tom give himself the +2
As
skills
long as
enhanced
you have
boost?
a supply of them, yes.
Okay.
It is part of my biohacks.
Yes. So if you have one available, you can do it.
Tim Tom makes up another concoction of it, sticks himself in the thigh. Oh, that don't feel too good.
So, hold on, Doctor. You had to drag fucking Vaku off into a back room to do that, and you just
Oh no,
stuck
he
with
just
your
jabbed
leg.
himself in the thigh.
Yeah, I know. What? Why did his require the cloak and veil and yours didn't? Did you
Because
just
I'm a-
use this as an excuse to stick a needle up his ass?
What? No, I am a medical professional. How dare you insinuate such a thing? So how dare you insinuate such a medical practice?
I'm not exactly into needle play, if you know what I'm saying.
Cease and
Wretch.
desist. Cease and desist.
Alright, whatever.
Consider this roll-
hold a hand up to the bridge of my helmet.
This roll, I don't know how to do the +2. Just whatever it has, +2.
Yeah.
25
Good.
plus
Oh,
2,
yeah.
27.
That is excellent.
Go
Yeah,
ahead and roll your assistance.
For the
I
purpose of the
literally-
recording, that was a 25 from Tim Tom on computers.
I
With a
will
plus
have
2.
to. I
So
will have to
27.
roll a perfect 20 to meet your roll.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That is not how
Yo.
Assist Other works. You have to roll against a DC of 10, and you'll add an additional +2 modifier to his roll. So,
Oh.
with a total bonus of 29, this thing's, like, programming is beyond professional. It is exactly what you want out of it, and this thing will operate without any technical hitches from any ranges of your comm units. So anyone can
Nice.
access this listening device, anyone can record the listening device's input.
Can we set it up so that way it's like only people we want it to go to?
Absolutely. You can also set it to where it operates on a private frequency. So
Yeah,
individuals that are not aware of it will not have access to it.
Private
or you can give their
frequency,
express
and then only people like us.
Yeah. Set it
qualified
specific.
individuals.
Yeah,
You know-
if nothing else, specifically set it to either tune to my frequency or. I guess the frequency it'll be on, anyone can tune to as long as they know it. But I want to make sure this works for my system.
Okay, so the code is 2389. You gotta get your sup app up. Or not WhatsApp, like whatever WhatsApp fucking allegory in this universe.
Oh God.
The chat room is 2389. That's the password. It is an encrypted system. Yeah. So if you need help setting that up, just let me
All
know.
done. You have your bug. So are you going to install it into this House Mortis amulet, or?
You know what? I will go ahead and install this one into the amulet.
You go ahead and find a proper point to attach it, and you have now planted your bug onto this item.
Okay.
Sal is just, while he's sitting watching the proceedings, playing like with the rubber ball he has, like bouncing off the wall. He's just going to remark. He's just going to remark, it took an entire group to do what our engineer would have done by himself in half the time. This just makes me put into perspective how good our engineer is, and I'm thankful to know him.
I bet you wouldn't say it to his face.
Oh, most certainly not. Not after the whole debacle with Doomstread, but, it's not about what they say in front of you, it's what they say behind your back.
Hey, Ankos, Doctor, you reckon that bug recorded Sal saying that we wouldn't live without your reach?
Tim Tom pulls up his phone, replays that part. Yep, got it right here.
All right. Don't worry, Sal.
I'm gonna talk back into the amulet. Let it be known that while we were doing this, Sal sat in the corner doing nothing in recording.
Amazing.
Sal is just going to look at it and just say, "Well played."
Don't worry, Sal. Your reach will hear your effusive praise for him one way or the other.
And
Tim Tom.
Actually,
I will
how long do these drugs last?
If what Ankos told me about being incorporeal is true, he might have already heard you.
I'm just going to, miss the catch on my rubber ball thinking about that. It's me in the head. Just, crap. Your reach, you're still an asshole. Fuck off.
Wow.
I don't know, that sounded a little insincere to me. If I were you, I'd be ready for a big four-armed hug when he gets back.
Covered in possum scratches.
I like the idea that he's not. I like the idea that Yarich isn't, incorporeal. He's just out in some back alleyway chasing possums with a varmint gun.
I don't know why, but I've just always imagined Yarich as, the one who would act like the brain bugs from Starship Troopers.
Good lord.
All right. Yep. So now that I've got
checked with that thing earlier. How long does that last?
That's a really good question. How long is this bug gonna last?
How long and what feature did you use to inject him with?
Okay. That. Are you talking about the +2?
Yeah.
Okay. Hang on. Let me pull that up.
That would last to whatever your intelligence score is.
Oh, my intelligence score is 4.
So it will last 4 rounds. So essentially, you wasted it on the device, but he does have more of them.
Yes, I do. I think How many biohacks can I use a day?
That should be something that you should know, because it's your class.
I know, and I don't know where to find that at. I think it's in my features.
Oh.
Biohacks. Hang on.
You have a number of biohacks equal to 1 plus your key ability score modifier. So you've used 2 of them, and you have 5 total.
Okay. So I have 3 left.
Alright. So, real quick, keeping in mind that we are on a bit of a timer before the gala starts, is there anything that the party wants to do before this gets on a roll?
Well, I think we should continue commiserating about this, so
yeah,
I'm gonna look around the group. So you bugged that amulet, and it seems like you have a pretty solid plan, detective, but my question is, what do you need from the rest of us?
Right, I was gonna go over that. So there's no real way I can get around, you are simply too conspicuous to be a regular attendee or to hang back in the rafters, so I'm gonna hire you as a bodyguard, per se. Saltegris, you could probably pass as one of the attendees of the event, maybe a friend of mine. Hell, actually, you'd probably make more sense if you were, if 447 was your bodyguard, being a noble and everything.
While I would not mind, I just think it would be wise to also think about the fact that, you know, these kinds of people run in the circles that my family has, and should word get back that I had survived my encounter.
So you're saying you don't want to show your face here?
I am debating whether or not the potential reward is worth the risk, considering the assassin that was sent after me last time. I would rather it not be turned into a group effort.
And
or should I say
if
a group
it's
problem.
all the same, I don't want to be put in the crosshairs of whatever assassins are after him too. If I'm his bodyguard, they're going to go through me.
All right, fine. Saltegris, are you would you say you're a rather hard to detect type then?
I can get by, but I also think I could, even if I sit this one out, if you have a comm unit or a earpiece or something, I can coach you in regards to noble etiquette and whatnot.
I suppose that would be acceptable, but to give me accurate coaching, you would probably have to be in some type of line of sight of me, or attend in some capacity.
I'm just going to say, do you happen to have a screen share of some sort on your comm unit?
I don't know, do I?
You go ahead and look at this personal comm unit that you have purchased and try to fiddle around for it. Eventually you realize that this is kind of a cheap product.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, well, how about this? Just hang back and maybe, if you want, try to scout out the compound when we're there. I would really like to see if there could be some type of way that one of us could, follow around our esteemed target without tipping him off, but that
I'm gonna look on the maps. Does that have, like, you know, Google Maps things to look at the estate?
Google?
Google.
Well,
Yeah,
how about...
you want to go ahead and figure out where this place is, like, taking place?
I'm not going to type in the exact search of it. I'm going to get as close as I can and then kind of pan over it and look for any buildings with, like, that I could get on top of to watch, or any sort of high rise.
Well, the actual fact about the estate is that it is basically, like, built next to an artificial lake that was implanted by House of Baldur. It is away from city grounds. Like, it's actually outside of Hollands.
Hmm. I'm gonna...
Also, this is a higher end event. Transportation, Tim Tom, like, I mean, we got the buggy, we got that car.
If
I
you
hate to
show
say
up
this.
in a buggy...
I hate to say this, if we show up in some of those vehicles, they're gonna, we are not exactly, you know, looking high class.
So
Yeah, no, we're probably gonna have to walk to the party. Or hire a limo or something, but that sounds like it'd be very expensive.
Or we could park the buggy outside of the facility a good ways away, have a group that could act as potential backup, because I'm not gonna lie, this is a House Baldur event, and I have some personal reasons I don't really feel like discussing to the group right now, but I have some personal reasons I don't really feel comfortable getting in on this, but if you need me there, put me somewhere and I'll do my best.
Well, I guess we could have you standing by in the buggy or something like that.
Quick question.
The getaway driver.
Yeah,
I'm going to look on my phone. How much would it be to cost to rent a limo?
Oh, to rent, like, an actual transportation?
Mm-hmm.
So, for this service, you would possibly have to... Let me go ahead and quickly find out. So, for all of you combined, this place is around... let's say that distance, to get a limousine to transport all of you to that place. Or rather, not a limousine, but just like a high-class method of transportation. It could be around the range of I would say 350 credits.
Not worth it.
Hey,
I don't have anywhere near that kind of money.
No.
is there any way you can write this off on the agency, considering this is a mission given to you by them?
I feel like I should have probably set up this set this up a lot sooner. On the fucking day of, I'm pretty sure that the budget request isn't gonna go through in time.
Well,
Oh, I guess we might have to hoof it the last. You might have to hoof it the last leg of the leg there.
It is what it is.
It's fine. We'll just park somewhere close and walk there from our parking location.
either way, I was kind of hoping we would be able to rent a vehicle as such, because then I could pose as the driver and remain in the vehicle and keep an eye on things, but...
350 is incredibly steep, especially considering we're putting back money for a group vehicle.
Indeed, I wasn't planning on, forking that out.
Most of this is just because, like, this planet is not in good shape and high-class vehicles are
Rare.
in low quantity and in high demand.
Indeed.
Not to mention the distance involved.
Again,
Going out of city limits and potentially into danger.
we just pile into our vehicles, park somewhere close, and then walk to the venue.
Yeah,
So who's going to be the drivers of the vehicles?
Well, I'm one of the best drivers in this group, so that's a foregone conclusion.
Okay, but are we taking both of them or just one?
We might have to take all of them if we're all going.
I can drive reasonably well. It's not like we're driving down a fucking country road in the middle of nowhere. This is just going down this
but if
Right,
things
it's
go-
not like
yeah,
we're
but if
driving
things
through
go-
the wilderness where we could have our vehicle lifted into the air by a large predatory bird, or waylaid by vampires, or
Something happens
by
at the
gangsters.
gala and we have to make a rather hasty extract.
I'm sorry, I'm still not over the whole vampire thing.
Yeah, I heard about that. That one's a bit weird.
Regardless,
By the way,
Well,
you guys did a lot of damage to that buggy when that happened.
we didn't
We're-
do damage to it. The fucking bird did. Thank you very much.
Oh no, I'm not talking about the bird. You guys said there was a wolf that got caught in the
yes,
wheel
well,
well.
we fixed that just for that same buggy to end up getting turned into a pancake a few days later. I don't feel good about it.
Either way, I'm gonna kind
By
of
the
look
way,
towards Orion
I have a
and just...
question.
Yes, Vaku.
What exactly do you want me to do while we're at the gala?
I've been waiting to get to that, but seems like anytime I have an idea for somebody, they have other ideas instead, so this is taking a while.
Well, for the record,
I don't know, Vaku, what do you want to do? I know that you're
I'm
pretty,
just- I can
Go
be
ahead.
stealthy, I can be sociable, I can even be good in a fist fight if you need me to.
Well...
A bit of breaking and entering.
I'm trying to think of ways that I could use inside agents to help my ends, but quite frankly, I can't think of a lot of good alternatives. I'm a little spooked by the prospect of having people breaking into his offices and his estates and whatnot. I don't want to
I
raise.
don't exactly have the attire to
What about a backup?
mingle.
If
I
we
mean, I
can't get
suppose
the
it-
amulet on him and take the bug with him, maybe if we can't get the amulet on him, we
I
could
could
use him.
put
He's
it-
a rather sneaky fellow. Maybe he might be able to slip
I
it
could-
on him somehow.
Quick
Yeah.
question. Would I know off the top of my head about gift exchanges during these sorts of events? Like what sort of,
You can make a culture check.
Okay.
Note to self, put points into culture next time we level up.
Would I be able to use Profession Noble instead? Particularly, like etiquette during these sorts of things?
Yes, I would say.
I also have a fairly high culture check too.
And I fucking know nothing.
Can I make a culture check?
Yeah, even with the reduced 5 DC, it's a bit too specific of an ordeal. Like, there's a lot of variation depending on what area you're in. You can make a culture check if you want, Tim Tom.
I'm guessing I know nothing.
I just explained that, like, there's a lot of variation.
I
whenever it comes
just
to
got
that.
the same fucking with a -5. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Nice.
Either way, I guess you could play this off if you wanted to get him the amulet as a means of thanks for the invitation.
Right, that is an option. To be entirely honest, I have half a mind to see if I could convince Vaku to dress up like a busboy to sneak him in here, but I don't know.
While,
Bus boy.
your original plan of wearing it in order to, say, start a conversation, I would believe that taking it off and giving it to him would be a sign of desperation, as if you were trying to get something from him.
Yes, but at the same time, having this thing on me just randomly while not sporting it as an accessory could be odd.
Not necessarily. If you had it
Well-
packaged and were intending to give it as a gift in regard to the invitation,
If you are so
as a way of
sorry, continue.
honoring his esteem, then perhaps if you were to give it to him, like in a public setting, like this is a gift, as thanks for the invitation, and then considering you chose the gift based on what you know of him, like saying, how would I say, the knowledge passed along from friends, family, or find some way to swing it, as if you took an actual interest in this individual to select the most perfect of gifts.
Well, here's a thought. If you get into the Stursk's good graces and end up mixing, what's the phrase, rubbing elbows in his inner circle, then that listening device will be good to keep on you. You'll be able to covertly record anything he might say within your proximity. But of course,
I'm gonna keep
this all assumes he lets you into his inner circle. I would hope that you are a skilled enough conversationalist to get to that point, if that's what we're going to rely on.
Getting close enough to somebody in one single night for them to spill large amounts of potentially compromising secrets is going to be one of my greatest feats of speechcraft if I do pull it off, but I'm going to try at least.
Stranger things have happened.
Well,
be wise,
regardless, I think that the most natural usage of this amulet would be to wear it for myself. Like I've said, I have talked with Uvan about procuring some type of bug from the agency, and I can guarantee you they're going to have something better than what we've made, and that one I can fully give up. The reason that we made this was just in case Uvan couldn't get the green light to bring additional hardware.
And are you going to hear from him before the gala as to if Stursk has been bugged?
Chances are I'm going to be the one that has to bug him. I just asked him to procure the supplies. I'm going to talk to Uvan before this event. He's actually heading up security for it, so I'm going to get with him prior.
Let's run through the plan one more time. I'm going to be driving one vehicle. Someone else, probably you, Ankos, is going to be driving another. We're going to park near the venue and then walk there. I'm going to accompany you as your bodyguard as you attempt to butter up Stursk. And it's from there I'm a little unclear as to what everyone else is doing.
Well, Saltagris is out for the count. He doesn't want to be seen here, so we're not going to talk about what he's going to do.
I may be able to disguise myself, but I just thought I would give you guys a warning just in case, and make sure that the consequences of such are known.
Fair. I will say that I will trust your judgment whenever you see the event venue. If you want to disguise yourself as some of the help and sneak in, or maybe just probe the compound trying to find Stursk whenever he dips away from us, that would be an idea.
One of those masks they wear in those old plays.
Would that be out of place in this sort of event, considering the planet we're on?
You know that House Valdor tends to appreciate traditional and old means of attire, so it's entirely possible that wearing a mask of that sort that depicts a figure from ancient history might impress people, honestly. That's just something that you know, like, off the top of your head. No skill check required.
Okay. I'm going to, would I know from any stores, like those temporary dyes they have for hair?
So, you would, in fact, have to venture to a specialized store and find yourself a disguise kit, which you absolutely can do.
Okay. I'm gonna step out for a minute, guys. I
like how I suggest that, and then fucking he leaves.
No.
Oh, we'll do everything short of saying I gave you a good idea. All right, see you later, Sal.
Typical noble.
just just as he's walking out the door, he's just going to say, I'm a noble. What do you expect?"
Shut
Sounds
the
like
door
an
behind you.
sounds like a license to be an asshole to me.
You know, I
Just-
thought.
He better
Just
not
the other
fucking
side of
stick
the
his head
door,
back in here. He
just-
left.
You know, Ankos.
Go to
I
the store, you
originally
fuck.
I
Yeah,
originally
fuck
did
who.
think of. I originally did think of donning some traditional Leocan attire. You know, something a little fancy, little nice looking. Might impress
mean-
them.
So upon hearing that a lot of us are considering dressing nice and just doing our own thing, I'm gonna muse out loud. This is a public event.
It appears I'm allowed to bring as many guests as I want, so if we're going to...
Well, if I just run in my regular
Well,
dusters, they
then
shouldn't have much trouble.
I reckon you could just bring us all in. I mean, of course, it's nice to have a plan in advance, but if we're seriously struggling to think of things for others to do, then simply bringing them in is an
Right.
option.
I'm just making sure that everybody that I bring in actually looks like they're supposed to be there, because if I bring in a bunch of, as these people would view them, yokels, Stursk might be less inclined to talk to me because he might think of me suspicious.
We don't all have to hang around you.
You're right, but the way that I view it is that my company will my company will draw attention most likely, and I need to have a good way of explaining them away.
Well, seems like I'm the only one who's at a pretty easy means of getting in with this.
Right. I mean, I guess it's easy enough because you fit the role of a bodyguard to a T, but if I walked in here with 5 bodyguards, people would think something's up or that I'm a fucking drug lord.
Yep.
Around here,
I guess-
that might earn you some friends.
Yeah, but from what I know about Stursk, I don't think that would earn me any interest with him. He'd probably just rather stay away from me in that case.
Okay. So, how much is a disguise kit gonna run me?
I have already deducted the 20 credits from your inventory, and you now possess a disguise kit.
Okay. I'm going to kind of, just as soon as I get back, I'm just gonna immediately make a dash towards,
Bathroom.
to the refresher,
Fair.
after grabbing a couple of my clothes.
So, you've picked up the required items to build yourself a disguise. Now, give me a theme. Do you want to do like a villain or a hero, or do you just want to do like a just give me an idea of like a character archetype.
I'm going to say
Phantom of the
just-
Opera.
I have it. I have one. Hold on. I'm gonna post it. Except with like a black mask.
Okay. So, from these things, go ahead and if we're going to make this even better, give me a culture check to try and identify somebody that fits that kind of vibe.
Okay. Where is it? There it is. Oh, my culture check's not good. I'm assuming I wouldn't be able to, since I am going still within a noble role, to be able to still substitute. I can?
What's up? Are you wanting to substitute what? No, it'd
For
be an
noble.
intelligence check to require, or to recall.
Okay.
Culture, my friend.
Oh, not bad.
So, a 22. Of the individuals that fit that kind of vibe, you know that within the Tenebris Imperium, there are several individuals that fit that bill. Most notable of them was one of the legendary tyrants that ruled a region far into the past. The reason that he's so embedded into Seccaro's history is because there was a legend that he had descended onto a planet crossing the vast void between his territory and another allied empire's, had severed their communications, and through a process of years, forced the occupants of that planet to remake all of the world's art and statues and basically anything that had any semblance of culture imposed with his own figure and face.
It's
By the
fucking
time-
Doctor Doom. God damn it.
By the time that the Allied Empire had come to investigate their planet, that tyrant had already departed and was left with nothing other than an entire planet covered in his own visage. So with that, go ahead and make a disguise check to anyone in this figure.
Okay.
Like when he says that, it's like, I got a serious Doctor Doom visage from that.
With an excellent culture check and an excellent disguise check, you basically look identical to this figure from history, and you are quite satisfied with that. Even going so far as to include the elegant black half mask that kind of garbed this individual's face. With that,
Would I know
Cell
his name?
comes. Let me go ahead and quickly deduce that, because this was something that I had just thrown together. This individual would have been known as Count Galeth.
Oh, that sounds cool. Count Galeth, the one who, you know, tears apart people's cultures for shits and giggles.
Yep. So with that, Cell steps out of the bathroom looking like an entirely different person. He
So-
still has the same build, but everything about him has changed.
Who are you, and what have you done with my friend Sal?
Everybody pulls out their guns, shoots him on sight.
I'm just going to kind of look at the bear and just like, really? Really?
I mean, that's actually a really good disguise. You look like a totally different person. Man, did you do theater craft in your high school or something? I mean, wow.
You learn much from assassins.
Oh,
It amuses
Okay.
me that the man who killed you taught you that in the moment before he put a bullet in your head.
Wait, what?
So with the traditional Ryokan attire, I was thinking of something kind of like this.
Okay.
Like
that
some
wouldn't be that
traditionally
hard to amalgamate.
Yeah, it's like some traditional religious stuff. He
Or-
went to like this religious academy when he was younger, so like he probably knows like some like the rituals and traditions that are associated with that. So he could
Fair
probably
enough.
pass as like someone of like high status there.
Out of curiosity,
Yes, Devin.
would that be? Would your robes actually be red, Sam? What color would they be?
They're a reddish color.
Okay.
I mean, what?
So,
Weirdly
to-
ominous, but alright.
What the fuck are you implying, Devin?
He has
To
muted
go-
himself.
To go ahead and assemble together this outfit, I would probably say that you would need to spend somewhere around the realm of 20 or so credits to get a hold of the materials required to make something like this. And then you'd have to make an engineering check to basically assemble this by the time of the gala.
Okay. Were the credits already deducted, or can I
will.
just do that
You
now?
need to 70, and then I will add it to your inventory.
All
So go ahead and give me an
right.
engineering check.
All right then, engineering.
Alrighty, with a 17, that is more than enough for this purpose. With the overall simplicity of the outfit and purpose, you assemble together the raw materials and stitch this thing together in a mad fury, and you possess formal Ryokan attire.
Nice.
Alrighty.
It looks like you're wearing a dress.
I want to have more like a monk style outfit. So that's kind of what I was going for.
Well,
Either
fair
way,
enough.
we may not have the most solid plan for everyone except for Ankos, but it's not my op.
Yeah, I mean, quite frankly, I'm grasping at straws here. I wouldn't bring anybody to this thing if I had my perfect way, but at the same time, maybe this will turn out well. I don't know.
I'll polish my armor and try to look a little more clean.
either way.
Okay.
I'm just
I'll-
going to. I was
just
going to
clean
go.
myself up as well.
I'm just going to go towards Ankos and just say, either way, we still need to decide, you know, our general relations. I could say I was here to visit a very dear associate of mine, you in particular, and came here as a favor.
All right.
How-
What was your alias again?
It was Count Galeth, right?
Correct.
Galeth? Okay.
Galeth.
Galeth.
All right, Galeth. My business. Oh God, I have been seriously neglecting my duties on doing this goddamn charade.
You did hear, like, how Levi described my character,
I'm gonna
right?
kind of
He's going to kind of...
tilt my head at you, Ankos. Aren't you going to want a fancy disguise?
I mean, I've gotten a suit. I don't really need a disguise beyond that. As far as my name, just for the purpose of this ball, just call me Thaler.
All right.
Thaler?
Yeah, that'll do. That'll do as a. What? Why?
Thaler?
Yeah, we
Yeah, I know.
we were just gonna let that slide, but you had to fucking whatever.
Never mind. Sorry.
Yeah,
So-
that'll do for an alias.
All right, we'll do.
Thaler DeWitt or something. As for my business on the planet, shit. Well, I guess I'll just say I'm an off-world archaeologist or something that's here to explore ancient ruins from the war. That would
Alrighty.
explain why I have this pendant.
So,
As for my cover, I suppose I'd just be
Maybe you're one of my associates with the archaeology. Maybe you've teamed up
Yeah.
with me to go find.
be
this
like a
and we met-
religious scholar or
So
something.
let's
Yeah, when we could have met on the ride here.
ask the
Yeah.
big question. What's a bear doing at a dance?
I don't know, Timothy. Do you want to try to go inside, or are you okay with hanging about in the car?
I mean, I'm fine wherever you put me, to be entirely honest. To be honest, I have a gut-wrenching feeling this op is going to turn into an absolute nightmare.
Preferably it doesn't.
Entirely, well, I don't know why, but I just feel like it will.
We've had good ops before. Let's not pretend we haven't.
Well, I mean, if nothing
Timothy's
else, we could
immediately
just,
reminded of Timothy's immediately reminded of the cat debacle.
Well, honestly, I could probably explain you into the gala. I mean, you're a doctor. I could just explain that you're somebody else that we've brought in the expedition as our medical advice because we know we're going into dangerous areas. I could explain very easily why you're there. So go ahead and take the guise of being an
with
archaeology
the
team.
narrative coming together, I'm not your bodyguard. I'm the archaeology team's bodyguard.
Right, exactly. We could lump us all into the same endeavor, and Gallus.
And Gaylor
And
over
I
there.
being the sponsor.
Yes.
Okay, all right. This is starting to come together pretty well.
All
You
right.
you have the means to you look like somebody with a lot of spending money, and you behave like somebody who does. So you could be the one that's invited us here to, well.
The invitation was addressed to, Talith, right?
The invitation was specifically put in for Orion.
Yeah. Oh, did it get put into my actual name?
Yes.
Fuck. Okay, well then I'm just gonna have to go by my name then. I will just hope that this person doesn't have a deep and intimate knowledge of all the III agents, which, good God, I've been missing for the past month. There's no way he should know about me.
In either way, you could say I appointed you as the head director of this little archaeology expedition, and in return, I fund the operation myself.
Fair enough. Okay, no, I
So
think
you're
these
more
are,
of like a fuck. What do they call that? Like
Sponsor.
Yeah, you're a sponsor.
All right, yeah, saying that we're a band of archaeologists that have come to the planet and got invited to make connections, I think, is an absolutely decent backstory, and I don't think it should raise any eyebrows. If anything, it'll make us very interesting people to our mark.
Interesting.
So, is there anything else that anyone wants to take care of?
I will say after I polish my armor, I'm gonna disassemble and clean my hunting rifle, and while I'm doing it, what kind of bodyguard uses a hunting rifle?
Well, I mean, maybe we assumed coming here
Tim
that
Tom
most of the
offers you
animals
his
need to be
shotgun.
Is it like a military grade weapon, that shotgun? Does it look?
You look at it, and it looks like civilian grade.
That's not gonna do me much better, I don't think, for appearances.
I think that a bodyguard having a hunting rifle for the type of work we do is completely adequate. I mean, after all, it would be assumed that one of the things you have to protect us from is the wildlife. Actually,
I'm going
I'd
to
assume that's
kind
probably
of
one of the most prevalent dangers, and a hunting rifle is perfect for that.
who has a pistol?
I mean,
I have a
mine.
pistol.
I have a laser pistol.
We
I
can
could
give him
probably
that
sneak it
as
in
a
on me.
sidearm,
Hmm.
and perhaps he could take a third one in if he can carry it.
I already have
Or-
a knife, a hammer, a hunting rifle, and I don't know if you've noticed, but I kind of point towards my belt where there are 5 grenades just chilling out.
Either way, the more weapons that you have means if things go sideways, the more of us
Well,
can be armed.
I don't even know if they're going to want us to be armed in this gala. We might have to relinquish our arms at the door.
Reckon you're right. It could be a non-issue.
Yeah.
Either
Tom
way, I don't
shows the
think I
injection
think our
stick.
armaments are adequate
I can
if we can
conceal
take
this.
If who's well, I guess no one's going to be staying behind as a getaway driver.
them. Well, I
So-
don't see us needing a fucking getaway driver.
Nope.
We're not trying to steal anything. We're just trying to talk to somebody. If we just piss him off, he'll just tell us to leave and then we walk
Look,
out with our dicks in our hands.
We've got a good
We're not
cover.
gonna fucking
We've got a
Yeah.
good cover. This is Enkos' op. We let him take the lead.
Yeah, if
That's fair.
no gunfire, no hijinks. Let's just try to make this go smoothly. And
Act
if it falls
entirely
apart,
professional.
exactly. If it falls apart, it needs to fall apart in the type of way that just means that we just leave having looked like fools, not getting chased out with gunfire. Can't even imagine how this situation could turn into that. Although I've been proven wrong so many times before.
First stop
You have
I've
never
been
been to
on.
Drow events, then, have you?
No, I haven't. Thank you. I tried to stay away from the galaxy's fart sniffers and wine tasters.
More along the lines of someone trying to shoot someone for poisoning them, but either way.
Well, it's been quite
The
some
kind
time.
of parties you like to hold sound incredibly dangerous.
Oh!
What?
Like, just like appearing on the table.
God damn it!
Flashes into reality the moth and just starts panicking.
Miss everywhere.
Oh, I like to imagine when he materializes in, he slams onto the table and the fucking parts of my hunting rifle go everywhere.
Everywhere, yeah.
Oh,
Where-
Yari.
where-
I just tilt my head down at Yarich and say nothing.
Glad of you to drop in.
Where?
Here, you explain it to
Hold
him.
on,
I'm gonna
let's-
go run to the restroom real quick.
Alright. We were almost done, too. Okay,
Well, I
well...
wasn't almost done putting that rifle back together.
Yarish looks around to see the rifle pieces. I'm sorry, I was lost in complete darkness. I couldn't see, I couldn't hear, I couldn't feel. I just was dark.
So I
Okay,
guess
well,
you
I'm
have
gonna
no idea
take
what
that
Dorian
as you
went
saying
either.
that you did not retain your consciousness while you were gone.
No.
It's okay there, little one.
Oh, that means
The
rec-
darkness
that means
the darkness comes for us all.
he didn't retain his consciousness. I guess that means the recording will come in handy.
Right.
Yep.
Anyways, well, okay, I'll give you the cliff notes. So, we're going ahead and putting together our compositions of the gala, which is today, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah, so we have decided that we're all going to enter under the guise of being archaeologists here to explore the ruins of the planet left behind by the war.
Yarish.
We've already gotten a pretty good backstory for everybody else. I guess what would make a lot of sense would be for you to be our technical expert and come in under that guise.
That was... I was already thinking about that, and yeah, that makes perfect sense.
It's fortunate that we're such a diverse and differently specialized group of individuals, because it makes a lot of sense that we'd all be together, being that our skill sets are kind of perfect for a bunch of explorers.
You know what else would make perfect sense, Yarich?
Yarish is going to begin collecting up the pieces of the rifle and start putting it back together
Don't
for
put
him.
it back together just yet. I'm not done cleaning it.
Yarish,
I
once he gets all
just
the pieces
want
back
you
on table,
off of the table and out of my way if you don't mind.
He's still on the table collecting pieces, and you have to manually
Yarish.
brush him off.
Yarish just slowly backs off and lets 447 do his thing.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
It's not your fault.
The only thing I heard was faint whispers from Sal, but other than
Oh,
that...
did you? Did you hear him say he loves you?
Did he?
Tim
Yari's picks up.
Tom pulls out his phone, hits the play button.
So basically, what you will hear is Sal basically saying something. I don't remember verbatim what he said, but it was along the lines of, "Man, having to do our own technical work really does make me appreciate how great of an engineer your Reach is. I don't know what we would do without him."
Ah, fuck.
Yari kind of jitters up and almost goes into a straight posture as much as he can for a moth person, anyways.
Tim Tom gets down on one knee and puts an oversized hand on his back. Now, why don't you go over there and give him a big ol' hug for a thank you?
Yari does so with all four arms.
And you know what else
I'm just going to say and make an intimidation check that if you disturb my disguise, I will break your snout.
My makeup is still wet, and if you smear it, I will kill you.
Yep.
Good lord.
Just kind of like, even with those disregarding words, just like, do not touch me. I imagine the moth is still going for it.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, and you know what else?
He's just hugging the legs. He'll hug the legs.
I think you need to give him a nice big hug every day to remind him of how much you appreciate that compliment.
I'm just going to glare at 447.
I tilt my head back towards you, and you cannot see the shit-eating grin behind my visor.
But you do see the Master Chief mug replace his face. I'm just joking.
So Yari's just going to look around. Did you guys buy a suit for Yari for this gala?
We did not.
We could easily play you off as just simply the expedition engineer and would-be archaeologist to help us study anything that we find.
Works
it would
well
be...
enough.
Yeah, I mean, we can just say that maybe you didn't bring formal attire for this trip, and being that you're a creature of your size and stature, maybe finding appropriate attire just wasn't really something that we cared about at the time.
Besides, neither the doctor or I are dressing up in particular fancy regalia.
Yeah.
So, now with all of this nice and settled, are you all going to depart? Is there any last-minute preparation?
I think...
I've just got to come up with a pseudonym to use for this.
Well, none of you really need to come up with alternative aliases. We're not... The only one that really needs an alternate, persona is Sal because of the fact that he's an actively wanted man. The rest of us are not.
Fair.
And I've already had my name for this gala put in the invitation put in my real name, so I'm burned right off the spot if he knows anything about this. But I imagine the Triple I wouldn't have done such a thing if they even suspected that we knew each other already.
Yeah.
If you want to come up with a fancy alias, that's fine, but just know that it's not terribly necessary. I don't plan on making enemies of this party.
Stuck. So.
And besides, we're not that notorious yet for it.
I'll just go as is. Got my outfit already.
Well, all that said, if we're ready to head out, then let's mount up and get moving.
Yeah, I want to get there just a little bit early anyways to meet up with Uvan so that we can I can talk with him about my disguise, the people that we're bringing in, as well as seeing if maybe he's procured an extra, slightly better made bug for us.
Naturally. I get up, and as I get up, I'm driving the car.
I'll take the second one as I get up and throw my jacket over my shoulder.
I'm going to slip in Orion's in the back seat to avoid whichever one has the most enclosed, so it doesn't disturb.
Well, if you want to get in the most enclosed vehicle, that would be the proper car with 447 driving.
Oh, okay. In that case, yeah, I'm gonna go there.
Yari will get into the passenger seat of the car.
Alrighty.
Is there any space for me in the car?
Should be.
You can all squeeze in like a clown car.
I mean, well, hold on. Driver, passenger, there should be at least 2 seats in the back. And then the buggy...
You said you wanted to be in back, not the front. So, Yari is in the front.
You two can argue over that. I'm just saying, the car looks like me driving. Either someone in the passenger seat, could be fucking Sal, could be Yurich, and then Vaku's also in the vehicle. That's 4 people. That should be comfortable.
That works.
The other two, it could be fucking, it's Tim Tom's buggy, so that's fucking between Tim Tom and Ankos to sort out.
Quite frankly, even with our backstory, even having the buggies is something that makes a lot of sense now. They're the most practical vehicles for what we do for our job. I still don't exactly want. I would still rather not get seen rolling up in rust buckets, but if we get called out for it, we have a good alibi.
The plan is still
Nice.
to park off-site.
Yes.
Just as planned.
All right, let's head off.
So,
cut
Mental
those cycles.
Gen, you leave and begin traveling.
Yes.
Heading out of the city, passing through the checkpoints, which, surprisingly, 447 is let out. You head away from this place, further and further westward.
As we're driving, after we get through the checkpoint, they let me through. I'm just going to say out loud, I completely forgot about that.
Checkpoint.
I assume while past the checkpoint, I'm talking to the occupant of the car. You don't remember? Law enforcement wanted me to stay in the city. I suppose that meeting I had with Voyager cleared me. Can't believe I forgot about that. I almost ruined the whole op. Shit.
So, you continue. Go ahead and continuing westwards. Eventually, you actually do see the spire before you make it to the estate itself. Perched atop a crystal clear, almost like porcelain in its nature, lake, there is a ancient spire of indeterminable origin that is perched on the other side of this vast body of artificial water. And on your side, the direction that you are heading towards, appears a very fanciful estate, which you actually do see there are things descending from the air and landing on basically transport vehicle contact points, and there are important parties disembarking even as you are driving forward towards it.
Must be fucking nice.
Wow.
So there really is nowhere we can park that's away from this place.
You would have to park somewhere like further back, maybe behind a hill or something.
Okay.
Fuck it. That would look a little bit conspicuous. I'm just gonna stick with our cover story of these are expeditionary vehicles. And,
Yeah, I assume
just explain it as we go.
I'll call you on the comm and we'll briefly discuss that and then just agree to like fucking drive straight up to it.
Yeah.
Right. So, you continue until eventually you reach the parking lot of this entire area. You all have to get out, brush yourselves out, and then get ready to make your way towards the entrance. At this point, daylight has begun to burn, and although the sky is beginning to turn orange, it has not hit the, like, true sunset yet.
It's slowly becoming twilight, is what I'm hearing.
You get out, brush yourselves out, and then make your way for the entrance. As soon as you get there, standing at these large reinforced fences, which clearly look to be patrolled by individuals with relatively high-end weaponry, there is a person taking names and reading through a datapad, just kind of allowing and dismissing people as he so chooses. You get in line. So, you wait, and wait, and wait, until eventually it is your turn to be allowed inside. This person, who has a halfway concealing helmet with an open face, who is currently reading through his list, as soon as you approach, already seemingly tired, just kind of goes, "Name?"
Orion. And this is my plus 1, 2, 3, 4. Plus 5. Plus 4.
Then goes Orion, and your +5, and your +5 being... And at this point, as you go to elaborate and introduce each member of your party, somebody actually breaks from the crowd. Surprisingly for the entire party, this individual takes 447 aside by the arm.
Whoa.
And introduces herself.
Is this fucking the lady I was talking to in the van?
This is the Project Voyager lady.
Oh, God.
Lane, would you like to butt in?
What? Are you fucking with me right now?
It's okay, guardsman. This one is with me. And the rest of them as well. They are allowed into this gala.
The guard takes a moment and goes, "Oh, and your
Looking-
name is?"
Tabitha, you should see me on the list.
He takes
looking
a moment and
away.
scrolls through before he apparently sees something and his eyes widen for a second. And he goes, "Go right on in." And he lets you all past.
As we walk in, I am eyeballing the fuck out of this chick without trying to make it obvious that there is a confused and somewhat hateful glare being
She-
cast her way.
So I'm
Tim
gonna
Tom
I'm gonna
messages-
say
Just kinda more
I'm gonna say in a low
confused
voice
than
to
anything.
I'm gonna say in a low voice to my party, since I briefly discussed an encounter with Voyager before to them. I'm just gonna say, Voyager.
Tim Tom.
Tabitha kind of sort of pulls him away and puts her other hand up to an earpiece. And under her breath, 447 hears her say, "Alpha, Beta, on me now."
Almost as if on instinct, you see individuals part from the crowd, and those same two bodyguards in thin plate and rifles slung on their back basically swoop to her side. And as you round and make your way through the courtyard, which, by the way, is surrounded by an excellent hedge maze, you find yourselves quickly lost and in private conditions. I imagine 447 is kind of being swept aside for a little bit for a private talk.
If they're trying to drag him away, I'm gonna step up and say, "Oh no, the fuck you don't." You might explain to me who the hell.
Is that your intention, Lane?
Yeah, Tabitha is, taking 447 to the side.
Yeah, actually, you know what? While she's taking me to the side, I'm gonna plant my feet in the ground. Now hold on. I know we've met before in the past, but that doesn't give you any right to drag me away from my party.
Tabitha is visibly frustrated and almost a little bit panicked. She turns to 447 and says, "This is a matter of security. Come with me now. This is important."
As fucking 447 is attempted to be dragged away, I'm going to step up to his side and go, "Okay, no, you do not get to just I don't know who the hell you are, but we're running an operation right now, and you need to fuck off."
And just
I don't know what
you.
I don't owe anything to you, woman.
And I don't owe anything to you either.
Then mind your own goddamn business. Who the hell are you anyways? Why are you trying to drag one of my associates away by the fucking arm?
She is getting even more frustrated, and she just snaps her fingers. And those two guards, I'm assuming.
Yeah, those two guards share a hesitant look before they step forward.
If you have business with us, wait until after the gala. I
cannot wait. If you must, you can come with us.
You know what?
Give her just a moment, please.
Who? Oh, is that Uvan?
This is one of the guards.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, well, fine. If this apparently can't wait, you're going to discuss your business with every single last one of us. We are not getting separated.
Tabitha thinks for a second. And she says, "Very well. Come with me, please."
So
Yari tilts his head and follows behind.
Yep.
His
I'm
antenna
gonna
twitching.
I'm gonna go along a little more confident now that I'm not being cornered alone by Voyager.
Yeah, I'm gonna... After the please, I'm gonna, fucking fix the lapels of my jacket and go, "Jeez, about fucking time."
Tim Tom is going to mentally use his mental limited telepathy, and tell, because I think you said earlier I can specifically target a person.
Yeah, you can specifically target a single
I'm going to
individual.
specifically target Orion or Enkos and be like, "You want me to prepare a knockout serum?"
As you say that, I'm just gonna kind of turn back and just give a quick nod in approval.
Okay.
Seeing the shit going down, I'm just gonna try to skulk around and try to
Yari
listen
is
in.
going to take note of the type of armor they're currently
Wait.
wearing. What kind
Did our weapons get taken away?
That's a
No,
good
they did
question.
not.
Okay, cool.
What kind of armors are they wearing exactly? Are they reminiscent of the type of armor that 447 has been talking about?
I assume we
No.
left all of our weapons except for
Well, no, we were just told they weren't confiscated.
You were allowed past keeping your weapons, but as for the type of armor that they were wearing, it appears to be some kind of thin plate, appropriately named because of the fact that they wear pretty much a breastplate like chest protection, bracers, and sabatons that are concealed underneath a large duster.
Yari takes note and just continues.
So she kind of leads them, just to the side, one of the side hallways connected to.
So
Or
you're
so
gonna
you're
enter, you're gonna enter the estate.
There is a hedge maze.
Yeah, you are currently in a hedge maze in the current moment. You can enter the estate if you wish. Just give me your intentions.
She wants to bring them into the estate, but bring them to sort of like a side corridor or like a side room away from the main event.
Yeah, so you guys go ahead and entering in through the front, passing by basically dozens of guards at this point. You step through the front entrance and find an entire crowd of people that are already currently chatting. Some of them tilt their heads to see the newcomers, but you are quickly obscured of this view as this Voyager scientist, this Tabitha, swings around and into a alternate hallway.
Have I even ever been anywhere like this before in my whole fucking life?
You have not seen this many people dressed in this fancy of clothing, all conversing within a singular location. This is a brand new experience for you.
I feel incredibly underdressed.
I basically have nothing.
I felt underdressed since I woke up, but this is different.
So,
Last into a place like this.
So,
Nice
I'm assuming she leads them into like sort of a side room,
yeah, if you are leading them from this secluded corridor and entering one of the various rooms, you enter what appears to be a smoking and conversational room.
Tabitha's gonna take note of the exits.
So in this particular room, it has 3 exits. There is one that you are currently entering through, and basically one on either side of the room, leading assumedly further into the recreational areas. If you wanted something more secure, you might consider taking them further into the estate, further away from people.
Seeing this, she determines that this is what she's gonna do. She's gonna take them to a secure location. She's clearly extremely agitated especially about being around other people with this party.
So, you lead further down, just kind of taking this entire ensemble with your 2 thin blade dressed guards. You pass by several people, which gives you strange eyes, but eventually leading them into the basement of the estate itself, guarded by a single guard, which just kind of like casually excuses your presence. You lead them down into this basement level and into what appears to be a industrial area. There's lots of machines around that seem to drown out noise, and only one entrance. Lots of pumps and devices down here, boilers and various machineries.
Yari's just slowly getting distracted, but tries to focus on Yabitha.
Yabitha?
Yeah,
I am getting
Yabba,
super
yabba.
Nightmare on Elm Street vibes right now.
She takes a deep breath, kind of sort of regains her
I
composure.
cross
It's like
my
she-
arms and look down at this woman expectantly.
I cross my arms and probably either meet eye level or look up at her.
She
And I'm still just kind of
Manlet.
slinking by in the background, kind of listening in.
She overviews the party, and her left eye just kind of twitches at this. Keep in mind these black eyes that she has are just very, very disturbing, and they're kind of just slightly magnified by the square-rimmed glasses that she wears.
A bit of energy does flicker across them.
She motions to the guards to wait outside the door. And
They
then she
proceed with haste.
And then she turns to 447. So, I'm assuming these are your compatriots that revitalized you?
Yes.
She says, kind of, sort of, with almost like quotation marks around the word revitalized.
Their ship collided with the Majesty, they boarded, and cracked the case on my coffin.
Keep in mind, she's like keeping her distance. Like, she doesn't want to get any.
Yeah, I imagine there's a good, like, 5 feet between us.
That is definitely the case.
So I'm guessing you all have had contact with each other, physical contact.
Yes, we've all known each other since we arrived. Now, you still haven't explained why you've dragged us in here and what you
Wait.
so urgently need to talk about.
Wait. You
What do you mean, wait?
know about the bear, yes?
Yes, this is the one that kidnapped 447 to talk to him, and now she apparently wants to be an inconvenience for the second time in her us knowing her.
How much do you know about the spear?
I'm pretty sure she knows everything, Tyler. I mean, Yarish.
Yarich! Who's Tyler?
Shut
Who's
up.
Tyler?
What, your alias? Yeah, whatever. Okay, fine, shut up. Anyways, so,
Shut the fuck up.
so, what do you need to tell us so urgently? Because we're in the middle of something right now, and you've already disrupted my plans by inviting us in as your guests.
Let me ask you a few more questions then. I'm guessing you all have seen. She kind of turns to the side and then looks back to all of you. The black orb.
Yes.
We know everything that 447 knows.
And despite how entertaining this is the most poor time to be having this discussion when you could have easily arranged an alternative meeting.
If this isn't a matter of life and death where we could all cease to exist in the next fucking hour, then like I've said, I would prefer for this conversation to happen after my business is conducted.
And just what business is that?
You don't get to drag...
You make it sound so ominous.
You don't get to decide...
So important.
Wow, this is hurting me.
There is an echo going on
That
somehow.
echo is hurting me physically.
I thought that was somebody else. Oh god, that was me. I thought somebody kept on trying to talk at the same time as me.
No, that was you echoing
That's
through
you.
someone else's mic.
Yeah, that's you
It's me.
echoing.
I had you guys on speaker.
You're okay.
Okay, so I guess I can try to talk a little quieter to make that not a problem. Anyway,
No, I put my headphones on.
okay. I'm not sure why you think my business is yours. You're the one that's dragging me away from my work for no fucking reason. And now you demand to know why you're inconveniencing me so. I think that you should probably get your affairs out of the way before I tell you anything. If I tell you anything.
Her eyes is kind of narrow. So let me guess. I remember 447. I quite vividly remember 447 saying that he couldn't return the orb, that it was not possible.
So what? Let me guess. Actually, no. Why is this suddenly an interest to you? Why do you have to ambush us here at this time, in this place, asking
Localized
about...
entirely within your kitchen.
Oh god, I fucking...
It's about to fucking...
you're derailing me so hard. Anyway, why is this such a pressing concern now?
She just kind of... She wants to say something, but she bites her tongue, looking at her comm unit on her wrist. You've all had physical contact with 447.
Well, we're standing right fucking next to him, so yeah, I would say we have.
Tim Tom puts his hand on his shoulder. Yeah, I think I have, yeah.
I've hacked him several times.
I'm pretty close to him myself.
Listen,
Tabitha sort of turns to 447, specifically her eyes, and she just says, "I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to reveal that information." And she just darts out the door and says to her guards, "Lock that door and do not let them get out of there."
So
Oh,
I
hell
imagine
no.
This tactical positioning of hers probably gives her an advantage whenever it comes to this, but I will go ahead and say, those of you that wish to deduce this, give me A means of figuring that out.
Sense motive.
Yes.
And
Do
I
not
have
have sense
expertise on
motive.
that.
Fucking goddamn it!
I have expertise on it. Don't worry.
I need to dump points in
Well-
mine.
Fuck.
Bro.
I imagine that as all of you are talking with her, you're too distracted by just the anxiety of being trapped in a room, combined with the fact of an anger holding you back.
God damn.
Until she slips out of the room, leaves that marketable statement, and then you hear
Well,
the
hold
sounds
on.
of
If we're
walking.
rolling against a player's intent, shouldn't you have to roll a deception roll of some kind or
I have
bluff
rolled
to
a
fool
private
us?
roll.
What about initiative to act? I'm guessing that was.
There's no combat because we haven't.
Okay.
There's not really an initiative here.
So
Keep in mind this is a directed character. This is my cameo.
this is a NPC. So
Okay.
with the bluff roll beating all of your relatively low sense motive checks, managing to fool the majority of the party, Tabitha leaves the room and locks it, leaving the party trapped in the basement of the estate.
I should shot that fucking bitch.
As she's
Yari?
walking away, she just sort of raises her comm unit to her mouth as
Yari?
she's returning to the main room, and she says, "Start recording. Subject 447, unexpected incursion to Gala. Potential infected accomplices identified. Investigating."
As this door closes behind us, I'm gonna mutter under my breath and walk up to it. I imagine this door was probably designed to keep people out of these machine works and not in, so I'm gonna turn the side of the lock that's on our fucking side.
I imagine that you go to reach for this, and you do find out that it is a double-sided lock.
Okay, fine, too easy. Somebody get up here and lockpick this fucking thing. I'm not letting her
I
ruin
got
Yari's
it.
just
this.
going to make a. Oh, Yari's just going to go up and disassemble the lock.
All
I'm
right.
gonna help him. I'm
No
gonna help him
lockpicking
out with
required.
it.
Just disassemble the lock.
So I got expertise engineering.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck.
So you go ahead and walk up to this and immediately start fucking with it. With your
Yeah.
lockpicking tools, you start hitting pins and registering things that other people might find difficult to understand. Over a process of several minutes, you continue to pick away at this until eventually you hear a final click. You get a sense that this door is unlocked.
Okay, I'm going to put my hand near my side, not grabbing my weapon, but ready to unholster it in case somebody outside is waiting for us. And I'm going to look behind me to the rest of the party and signal whenever we're all ready to run to go out this door in a not rushed but orderly and deliberate fashion to meet anybody outside.
Alright. Yarish will pull out his rifle, ready it up, just in
I
case.
don't know if I would pull out your weapons, but
who is
fair
leading?
enough.
I
Who's
will
taking the lead?
I will take the lead, but before we leave, I'm going to give a perception check to see if I can hear or see anyone on the other side of the door, maybe like through a keyhole or underneath the crack.
I also make a perception check as
Let
well.
me see. 24 and 23.
23. Yeah.
I'll make one.
Yeah, might as well. Wherever I put my sheet.
What the?
There it is.
Ugh.
Well, that's great.
Stark.
So,
Jesus Christ.
as all of you go ahead and start listening in, you hear the chirping of several mechanical components before a windup of a capacitor and the shuffling of armor and the cloaks. You get a sense that the two guards are standing out here with their weapons raised and are waiting for somebody to leave.
All right.
I kind of
These guys
thumb one of the grenades on my belt and
Hang on.
gesture to Ankos.
I have a question.
Yes.
Flashbangs.
Can I find a big ass piece of metal to act as a shield? So when we go through, we
You would
just
have to rip it out of the machinery here, but sure.
Sure.
So-
Wait,
Let's. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. No, I'm not trying to fucking make it obvious what's happening here.
Yari goes to Tim Tom. Drag them. Drag them. Put them out.
Hey,
The moth just screaming drug them.
Quick question.
Tim Tom
said-
prepares a inhibitor.
So-
Quick question.
Ooh, two.
Ryan,
There's two of them.
you said your friend was part of security, correct?
Yeah, I was gonna contact him after we sorted this thing out, but actually, I'm gonna take a few steps back from the door to get away from earshot of the guards, and I'm going to try to call Uvan.
You go ahead and get on your comm unit and attempt to get anything, but it turns out that concealed within this metal shell, your service has run dry.
You're just going to see if he can boost
It's a pretty
it.
common occurrence.
Yeah, alright, I'm gonna go back up to the door then. Okay, so here's what we should do.
Yarch is actually going to look for a terminal down here.
Sure, go ahead and give me a perception check.
You know, here's a better idea. Is there another way out of here that isn't being guarded?
So,
Are there any vents?
as all of you go ahead and start talking amongst yourselves, Yarreach, you actually do spot a terminal in the far end of this place, so you get a sense that it oversees most of the maintenance
So,
procedures of these machines.
Wait a minute. The lock is two-sided. Was this revealed to all of us?
I imagine so.
Why don't we just lock the door from our side?
We could.
Well, I guess if we find another way out of here, then we should relock this. But,
Look, we all heard their weapons charging up. I don't need them bursting in because they're getting too antsy.
well, if maybe another option is we grab these fuckers by the lapels and throw them in here and lock the door behind them.
I'm just saying, when we plan this, we need to be secure. We need to lock the door from our side.
Okay,
Yarch
well,
is going to slowly turn down the air conditioning as if it's run
Oh.
out.
God. So, you go ahead and start fucking with this. Give me a computers check.
and we established there's no other ways in or out of this room, yes?
A 16. You start messing around with this terminal and quickly deduce that you have misguessed the password for a little bit and have to leave it alone for a bit or else it might lock out.
So Yarch is going back. I have found a terminal that we might be able to shut down some of the systems around the gala and have someone forcefully check up on this place.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. Plus, this is maintenance, so there's likely some vents around here. I could probably pop into one of those.
No,
and-
bad idea.
Nope.
The vents is the worst idea you can go into. We
Why?
were lucky in there that was only a gas flow leak in Cat's place. This area actively heats and cools. We don't know if we'll find a vent that actually cooks us alive.
What about
Fair.
hitting a fire alarm or something?
That's why I was basically trying to do something like that down here. Where
I'm
it
just
would-
worried about how this will all be taken by the people in the gala.
I'm trying to do whatever I can to salvage my original mission, but I guess our precedence above all else is getting out of here and away from this
No.
fucking crazy bitch.
No plan survives first contact.
Oh,
Apparently-
God. Yeah.
Tim Tom pulls out his needle eagle. All right, I don't think there's any other way in. Honestly, I doubt there's gonna be a real good way for us to get past them.
Are these people so determined to waylay us that they'd start a fucking shootout in the middle of a high-class event like this?
They are.
So as you say
Supremely
that,
interested.
Tabitha is just like out in the middle and just off in a corner. She just reaches into like a little pocket of her dress, pulls out a concealed handgun, and checks the chamber to make sure it's loaded.
They are supremely interested in Aspect. They've gone to great lengths to arrange this.
So,
And
you go ahead and
would've
check your
had-
sidearm and it is loaded.
She would have had a completely civil conversation with us if she would have done this literally any other time in any other place. These fucking Project Voyager assholes.
Oh, you have a grudge against Project Voyager?
Well, yeah, they're kind of actively interfering with my first mission.
We need to make sure the entire place does not die thanks to this machine that we're right next to.
What?
If-
What do you mean?
That spire, it's obviously one of the terraformers. Have you not noticed that?
Wait, what? Why are we talking about that right now? Do you I don't think that anything we're gonna do here is gonna make that situation any fucking worse.
Hey, DM,
We-
can I do a perception check to find a handle for a fire alarm?
Yeah, go ahead.
And I'll help him out.
Searching around in the darkness, and eventually, as you're stumbling around, you manage to find a handle to something.
Oh God.
Let me look around for it.
Well, I didn't tell anyone what was going on. I didn't say I'm going to go out and look for a fire alarm.
Yeah, no, I imagine that the both of you have come to the same conclusion that you want to at least locate a firearm. The bear finds a handle. You're not really sure what to make of it in the darkness. Vaku, you actually do figure out that there is a singular fire alarm next to the door illuminated by dim light. There are also actual like fire alarms in here to make sure that these machines don't go up in smoke. That being said, if you do trigger them, that is probably going to be a major disruption to the gala.
It would end it immediately.
We want to do this without causing a panic. So, if the timer's gone down, if the timer's gone down, I might be able to override the password and try again to slowly turn off maybe the air conditioning and have someone forcibly check their way in.
So
that's the best idea I've heard so far.
I have an idea.
Yeah, go ahead.
Aspect, are you there?
You hear a couple of chirps.
So hold on. This is out of character question because in character probably know this. So Aspect hasn't been able to talk to us for a while, right?
It seems like it is decreasing in frequency that she is engaging in vocal conversation.
Aspect, are you capable of speaking?
There's a couple of dots from your comm unit because you have to pull it out to actually interact with her. And there, again, the dot, and then maybe 10 or so seconds before you get a maybe.
So, you heard that woman, that fucking Tabitha bitch. If I was to say, do you think that you'd be able to alter your voice in such a way to sound exactly like coming through a comm unit?
There is, again, a dot.
You know what? Never mind. Fine.
Yari's just going to...
I was going to see maybe if there's some way I could find a way to scan the frequencies on the comm units of those guards outside and have Aspect mimic Tabitha to get her to tell them to go somewhere else. But I don't know. That is a bit of a stretch.
And
Yari's just going to try his... Yari's just going to look over. May I try my idea one more time?
Yeah, go ahead. But if all those fails, we're just going to head out this fucking door and we're going to make those fuckers move.
So, as you all continue to, over the course of maybe 20 or 30 minutes of just chilling out in here, you start manipulating with the computers, and eventually you do get access and start turning down the air conditioning to the entire facility. That being said, though, as you are down here, you start hearing strange things, like rumblings that are misplaced and not repeating, not mechanical.
What?
Yari's just going to go to his tablet and turn on his lights.
So
hello.
Start searching around. Go ahead and make an engineering check for me.
All right. Nice.
So with a 29, you immediately deduce, seeing the estate itself, you actually notice that it is overhanging the lake and is probably supported by several large pillars. And in fact, this entire estate, rests halfway underwater. So there's a chance that it might be a fish or something.
Wait.
What the fuck?
There's probably fish in these systems.
Do what?
Tim
Excuse me?
There's a fish I think there's a fish somewhere near here. It sounds like...
Yari, are you hungry or something? Do you want some seafood, buddy? We'll get us out of here, and there's a buffet up top.
No. Half of this place is underneath water. I believe we're underwater at the moment.
447, can I get you over here real quick?
So
Yeah.
So let me put this way: if we cause an explosion, water will probably come rushing in here.
Okay, if we're gonna
And
go
drown
through
us.
that level to get out of here, let's just pull the goddamn fire alarm instead of destroying the fucking estate.
Y'all,
Encos, can I get you over here real quick?
Well, you asked for me. I'm here.
Oh yeah, I want you 447. I want you Encos and Vaku. Yeah, you're gonna be good over here too. And Tim Tom's up by the door. Yeah, look, I'm not gonna lie, guys. This is taking entirely too long. If we stay down here, I don't know what the hell's going on here. And quite honestly, all this deliberating's starting to really get on my nerves.
Yeah,
we either
thank
need
you.
to nut up or shut up.
All right,
So
cool.
what
All
are
right,
we
so
doing?
Timothy, Vaku, and Timothy, Vaku, and Yarich guard on the right. Myself and 447 and Sal guard on the left. Good.
Tim Tom is going to let Tim Tom is going to let Vaku behind him. So that way, Tim Tom's big. He's essentially using himself as a shield. So
I am
gunshots come in.
going to sling my rifle over my back and get my hammer out instead.
Yeah, I'm going to pull my handgun out and kind of conceal it behind my coat so that I could press it against somebody while remaining inside of my jacket.
I'm gonna ready my pistol.
As
Tim Tom pulls out the needle
We're preparing to breach our way out.
You all get ready on the exterior of this door, and all of you hear another series of rumbles. They sound organic, like they are not being caused by a machine, and almost sound like they're shifting and changing directions. But you all get ready, you brace, and then you're going to go ahead and clear and just march through.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're pushing through. Fuck these guys.
Yeah, you go ahead and push through these doors, and immediately both of the rifles stand to attention, and these two individuals, in a fairly harsh tone, just say, "Get back."
I'm gonna, as he says this, I'm gonna look at one of them in the eye and say, "I hope you know killing us wouldn't be enough to get rid of us."
And right as he says that, Tim Tom raises up his gun and he's going to blast one of them with a inhibitor. With a hallucinogenic inhibitor. He's just gonna pop him in the neck with it.
So, I have a question, Lane.
Yep.
Do these guards have any permission to use their weapons, or are they there as just an intimidation tactic? Are they going to potentially disturb the party by opening fire?
I would say because of the nature of the gala and her nature, and as part of it, they are not authorized to use lethal force.
So, as you all are basically breaching forward, you notice that they actually do not fire their arms. They instead basically move in a position to try and keep the bear in the middle of the hallway and try to keep you forcefully by strength pushed back into the room.
Well, there's 6 of us, one of whom is a bear. We can fucking do this.
Yeah, I imagine that through a sheer contest of just combined group strength, because of the fact that they are not allowed to use their weapons, these androids, which you actually do notice as you are fighting with them, they are making mechanical whirring sounds and are not organic.
Do we all pick up on this?
As you are fighting them, yes.
Okay.
Because of the fact that you see their extensive
Yari
cybernetic
just going to try to hack
Damn
one of
machine.
these.
You do
And
see
machines.
that these are androids.
So I'm just gonna say to myself, oh, I see. Voyager gets AI, but no one else does.
Yari just going to try to hack these AI.
And
turn them
what are
off.
you all doing with them?
I just wanna push through. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
honestly,
I'm pushing through him as
seeing
well.
they're just mindless machines, I'm just going to help. If 447 wants to fucking throw one of them to the side, I'll just give him a hand with that.
Yeah.
I've got a question for you, Levi. Do these androids alert?
Absolutely. If they're escaping, they'll let you know.
Also, as soon as
So Tabitha's trying to drink a glass of wine, and as this
I want to try to
happens,
suplex one of the robots.
this is happening, she just kind of has to keep herself from spitting her wine back, out into her glass. She pauses for a second and then just gulps the entire thing down. She's like, "God damn it!" And then she walks up to the nearest, those servers that walk around with those plates full of drinks.
Yes.
And shoves the empty glass into this guy, is like hurrying off, trying not to make too much of a scene, but I imagine her like moving quickly is going to catch some eyes.
Yeah, this guy almost falls over as you violently shove this empty glass into his arms, but you storm off. As for the rest of this party, yeah, no, I imagine as Tim Tom is shoving one of them off with the assistance of 447, Vaku, you take one up by its like a mid-center and go ahead and just perform a acrobatic suplex. And this thing hits the ground in such a manner that it just fucking almost crumples and flips over for a second. Not
Yari
severely
just-
damaged, but it was an impressive
So,
display.
As soon as these things aren't an
Nice.
immediate threat, I'm gonna get onto my comm unit and see if I can contact Uvon.
Wow,
So-
that was it?
Yariji will also go back and
Can't
turn
be it.
the air conditioning back on.
So you know
Yeah,
what? While fucking Ankos is doing that, look, you do your op, go meet with Sturse, take the others, do what you need to do. I'm gonna go find this Tabitha bitch.
Yeah, fucking keep her down. Make sure she's not gonna be a threat to us for the rest of this event. And
Be
find
with
out why
you
the
and
hell she was
Tabitha.
doing this to us.
I'll be with you
Understood.
and Tabitha, if that's okay.
Come along.
That's
then.
fine. Honestly, I'd prefer all of you to go after this crazy bitch.
Ankos,
Actually,
I
one of you
want-
stay with me.
Ankos,
Sal,
you need to focus on your op. Do your mission.
right. Saltegris, stay with me. I don't want us being. I don't want anyone being completely isolated at all. I don't know what this bitch has in store for us.
Indeed.
And May, do you want me to go? Do you want me
I'm
to
gonna
Yeah,
give it
go
to
with them.
Yeah.
Go with them to deal with. Go with them to deal with Tabitha.
Okay.
Sal, I'm sorry.
I
Oh
heard
my god.
Freshly Late was quite the thing for these
Well,
sorts of things.
we were supposed to we were supposed to have arrived early to get in contact with Uvon before all this shit happened, but I imagine now we're probably on time, if anything.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm gonna come up and I'm gonna open up my comm unit and try to be like, or try to patch through to Uvon, ask him if he's there.
Yeah, as you
I'm
get
not-
out of the basement and start proceeding upwards, remind me, what are we doing with these guys? Are we just shoving them into that?
I'm
We're gonna
going-
throw them into.
Yeah,
the
we're
basement.
gonna throw them into that room and lock it from the outside. That basically swap positions.
Fair. I will mention after a moment of recovery, Tabitha, they would report that they are active and are like trying to escape the room, but are failing.
And
That-
at
you know,
this point,
that-
I'm imagining she's kind of off to the side in one of the corridors. She raises her comm unit, which again, I'm assuming it's been recording video and audio from here on out, and she just raises this wrist comm unit to her mouth and says, "Containment breached."
Yeah, no. As you are desperately trying to get a grip on the situation, some of the party is marching upstairs, and Orion, you go ahead and manage to get a desperate and patchy feed to your friend Uvon. Eventually, through a bit of a static as you're heading upstairs, you just start to hear, "Ankos, where the hell are you?"
In no short words, I think I got fucking kidnapped for a second.
Oh,
Does the name
that mean?
Do you know anything about Project Voyager?
Of course, I know about Voyager. What's going on? You got
One of-
kidnapped?
One of their fucking cronies just dragged us off from the gala trying to have a conversation and tried to lock us into a room in a fucking basement. I just got free. Do you know anybody named Tabitha on the rosters?
Oh, you'd have to give me a second to look through these things, but I should.
Okay, well, if you can find her and get a likeness of her, keep an eye on her. She's dangerous.
I just want to mention, dude, like, I know that you're just getting here and you got this whole shit going on, but I talked with the boss and she did not have the resources to allocate for that bug. I'm sorry.
Fuck. It's fine. I came up with a contingency plan just in case. I'm gonna continue on with the
Sweet.
mission, but there's a third party here that's actively trying to interfere with us. It has to do with the thing I mentioned with you the other day.
That's not good.
No, it isn't. And quite
The-
frankly, if she inconveniences us like that again, I'm a little tempted to break her fucking legs.
Okay,
So-
just calm down. This is an important event with... I don't know if you've seen this guest list, but I would advise you to not take hostile action.
Well, shit, we already had to. Well, never mind. Everything's fine. I'm doing everything I can to contain the situation. Ending this gala and leaving this place with no information is the last thing that I want.
Just do what you can, but don't get too rambunctious, please.
Right. Well, if I do, I'll just know it's not my fault. I've already had somebody lock me in a fucking basement under armed, threatened guard, and I've gotten through that without creating a
I may
conundrum. So
understand that, but the people here are very particular about their security.
Right. Yeah, no. I'm not. I'd rather not incriminate myself to these people. Anyways, that's all I have. Just keep an eye on her. Let me know if you see anything suspicious. I'll continue on with the mission.
So,
So while this communication is going on, she, raises her hand to her earpiece again and says, "Alpha, Beta, pursue them, stall you if you can. If you stall them if you can. And most of all, keep an
No,
eye on them.
as you're
Keep them away
saying
from
this-
the people. Keep them away from the gala guests." She's like sort of trying to keep her voice down low.
So you go try to get a hold of these androids. You get a hold of these androids, and both of them are giving you, like, "I'm sorry, but we're stuck."
Wait, they're saying they're stuck?
Yeah, they're basically saying that they're stuck in the basement.
Door stuck!
Door
She
stuck!
just kind of,
Door
she's
stuck!
gonna try and make her way in that direction, reasoning that that's probably
Oh,
where they're
great!
coming
So
from.
you will run into me, the bear, Vaku, and your reach. While Ankos and Sal make their escape.
You go ahead and, while the Ankos party is slipping away out of the stairs and has made it through before you manage to reach it, you start heading downstairs. And as you are going down the steps, out from the dim light, the shadow that seems to consume the lower level, a hulking armored soldier stands to confront you.
And in the background,
You'll have to
you just
try
hear-
harder than that.
And behind him, you just hear a gentle growl. Gentle, deep,
Now listen
guttural
here.
growl.
We outnumber you, what, 4-1? This is on my terms now.
She just kind of just says, "This wasn't supposed to happen. You don't know what you're doing. You're putting a lot of people at risk."
We have tried our damnedest to negotiate with you, and you've done nothing but move with hostility. You're lucky I'm even talking, you thieving bitch. Where's my armor?!
So as you scream, you start hearing, like, scuffling of boots on polished marble.
She just
I'll
kind of
try to rub myself.
replies, "I don't know, and I don't think I would tell you if I did. You are putting everyone at this gala in danger."
So what is the intention here? You stand confronted in a stairwell. It sounds like people are starting to approach. What do
I
you
think-
want to do?
Tim Tom tells 447, I think the situation here is compromised. If we stay here any longer, well, things might get rough.
Might end up putting Ankos' mission in danger if we linger here any longer. I'm gonna look back towards Tabitha. This is not over.
You're damned right it's not over.
So you all are going to part ways?
Yep.
Do we walk
Yeah.
by Tabitha?
I imagine you do.
I'm gonna do my best to shoulder check her as I go past.
Fair.
Tim Tom just kind of walks up and
Yarish
just
will.
pats her on the shoulder.
No.
Good luck next time there, champ.
Yeah. See you later.
So, as the party escapes into the gala, I assume Tabitha is going to free her guards.
Yeah, she's gonna free her guards, and then she's gonna kind of pursue. She's
Alright,
she's
so
gonna.
let me-
Let's free the guards first.
Yeah, you go ahead and march downstairs and find the same lock that you had utilized before, and using your key that you were specifically given by Stursk for this facility, you unlock this and proceed into the room and start elaborating and explaining to the guards the exact things that you want to do to pursue and observe these individuals.
Well, not even just pursue and observe, but sort of, if
Like
they
stop
can,
and corral them.
or not even stop and corral, just kind of butt into their way and like sort of, kind of keep them from interacting with people too much by just kind of sort of bumping into them, being awkward,
Yeah.
just kind of,
You're having them do Looney Tunes villain maneuvers.
As you were explaining this to your guards, you hear a sudden, almost thunderous thud that resounds through this small room. It sounds like something had just suddenly broke free and slammed into the floor, like a metal lid had just been thrown open.
Oh boy.
fuck was that?
There is a
Alright, you two-
splash of water, and all three of you turn around to see a black bag come out of a hole in the floor from a hatch.
What the fuck?
It hits the ground and rolls for a second, How do you respond to this?
She's going to draw
It's a
her
GTA heist
concealed
in the
handgun
middle of the
from.
gala.
Oh,
She's going
fuck.
to she's going to draw her concealed handgun, in a defensive, posture.
I whip out my gun too, and I'm just like, what the fuck?
You're not there. We left.
Yeah,
you guys left. It's just the guards here. Just the Voyager folk.
She's also going to start backing up, and as the guards just kind of stand there, she's going to be like, come on, we don't want to stay here, I don't think.
The rest of them are pulling out their weapons and are like proceeding to advance on this new threat. And you see, with water kind of peeling off of the black hard suit, a power armored glove creeps onto the ledge and lifts.
Oh,
Something
shit.
pulls
Glad I turned my
itself
recording on for this.
out of the water and immediately catches sight of all three of you. So, as you turn to approach the door, you find that it is already latched shut. And behind it is a very fancifully dressed woman with white braided hair that is shaved on one part and hanging off to the side of her face. Well, this is inconvenient. As this person kind of encroaches from behind you, Tabitha, you actually, for some reason, get a familiar feeling from these individuals, but you're not quite sure where from, as one armored soldier pulls himself from the water, and another, and another. And you are surrounded on all sides by these elite power-armored soldiers.
As funny as this is not good.
Oh, I know it's not, but I'm fucking having a blast hearing about this.
She just kind of looks at her concealed handgun. You just like, this is useless. This is going to do me no good, and just kind of tosses it to the ground. And just kind of puts her hands up, except for one thing. As she's doing it, she sort of reaches to her wrist comm to make sure she's transmitting all of this information to a certain location.
Fair enough. And as you are surrounded on all sides, one of the soldiers actually moves up, and you hear another chirping voice cut through the suit's speakers. We didn't expect guests down here. What do we do with them? And you hear the well-dressed formal woman kind of have a small smile. I know exactly what we do with these individuals.
Kill them.
And before you even have time to blink, pistol is drawn on all three of you, and with silenced rounds, all three of your heads are simultaneously exploded.
So, Lane, I don't know if you were paying attention whenever we were locked in there, but I could not make any outside contact while in that room. So,
yeah, well, she probably wouldn't have known that. But she still.
I like that
I
her
know
last
this
act
is
was a
not
death in vain.
this is not a good thing. This is going to send the entire gala tits up. But I am so happy to hear about what happened to her.
This situation just got way too complicated.
It's like everyone ditching someone at a restaurant, leaving one person with the bill, and she got stuck with it.
No, this is leaving one person with the bill, and then when they couldn't pay it, they were dragged into the alley and fucking beaten to death.
Yep.
Oh no.
You all just narrowly avoided the end of the campaign. I'm proud of you.
Yay.
Oh shit! There's now a fucking hit squad here.
With that,
fuck.
Oh no!
What
What
if
if they're
momentary break?
what if
Because
they're-
I need to use the
what if
restroom.
they're here to kill Sal?
Oh my fucking god. If this whole thing gets fucked up because of Sal, then I'm gonna be mad at him now.
Well, it
instead.
nearly got all fucked up because of me. Voyager's after my ass.
Oh yeah.
I'm
well,
gonna be right
my
back.
my ass and aspect, but
They're after
So,
everyone
how
here
did you
because
guys enjoy that?
yes, Lane, you did a very good job
fuck.
playing a fucking spook.
although I gotta say it was incredibly frustrating how she was like, you're in danger. You're endangering people here. I need to tell you something. If something badly, we're like, okay, what do you need to tell us? But you're endangering. Everything's in danger. We're like, okay, shut the fuck up and tell us what's wrong.
She couldn't tell you.
Okay, but she was.
We did also
she wasn't
drop on
allowed
and
to.
drop down
This
on
wasn't-
her.
This wasn't
Typical
supposed to happen.
female behavior.
So what was she gonna do? Fucking pull 447 aside and just
I
inconvenience
mean, you
him
know
for the
what?
entire night?
That's actually a good point.
Oh, fuck.
She originally tried to just pull me aside. The rest of the party could have just gone on uninhibited.
Oh no, I just thought of something.
So
The guests that were there saw her dragging us away, and we are gonna show up, and she will not be seen again.
Well, I assume there's going to be bigger
Please, Walter.
problems.
Oh,
So
absolutely.
all I can say is this was not supposed to happen, and she couldn't really reveal anything.
We all still here?
Yeah.
I
I wish she would have given us something other
gonna
than
use the
just
restroom real
vague
quick.
threats of impending doom and nothing else. Like, maybe say, I can't tell you, you just need to leave. Like, you're infectious, you're contaminated, you are making people unsafe just by being here. No, I'm not allowed to disclose it, I'm just trying to save your lives. Not, I'm gonna kidnap
she wasn't
one
really
of you.
trying to save your lives.
Either way. Like, this is,
Anyway, she was for good reason. It was, again, this was sort of a cameo, and this was sort of a directed character. So I was
Still,
acting under orders. So
this was like somebody grabbed their fucking secretary for a goddamn ops mission, and she had no idea what to do and was just shitting herself the entire time.
Pretty much.
Yeah, basically.
Like, this wasn't a hardened operative. This was a fucking scared. This was a scared fucking bookkeeper that got pulled for a mission that was way over their head, and died. To spooks.
So
I'm wondering if she's
Too
infected.
spooky
That
for
means
spooks.
she'll be revived by.
Oh,
I fucking hope not.
Tim Tom did pat her on the shoulder.
that's there's a chance. There's a chance.
Chance for what?
She lives on in your hearts.
Oh no.
She's a part of us now.
So doesn't that mean eventually she'll just deteriorate into nothing since she's not going to be around us?
No, she will now plague Sal. It'll be Sal's problem.
Okay, what's up?
I do think that everyone is here still.
Except
Have
for
we
Sam,
all
who is
returned?
currently... I think
Sam
Sam
is
was in the
using the
bathroom.
restroom.
Yeah.
How long are we planning on making this hiatus? Just out of curiosity.
Whenever Sam gets back.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
Part of me was considering heating up leftovers, but not right now.
Yeah, I don't really
Okay,
have
what's
much to
going
eat
on?
for dinner
Yep,
here. I was
he's
half
back.
of mine thinking I could do that after the session.
I had a Bravo's meal I could eat, but
So Sam's back.
Yeah.
All right, party. With your pursuer so eloquently taken care of, what is it that you all intend to do?
Well, fuck, I don't know. We have gone our separate ways from Tabitha. I think I might go ahead and try to regroup with... No, should we? We should operate under
I would say so.
We should operate under the assumption that she's still alive.
Yeah, but honestly, if you've dismissed her, it wouldn't be a bad idea to just get back together and operate as a group as we originally
That's a good point.
intended.
I guess I'm gonna ring Ankos on my comm unit and commiserate with him about this.
So, you go ahead and get a hold of each other.
Ankos, we've lost her for now.
Okay, well, just regroup. If she makes herself a problem later, we'll have to deal with her, but unless we plan on actually kidnapping or killing her in the middle of a crowded gala, I think that we're just gonna have to let her sulk on her own for a while.
Alright,
So,
making our way to you.
speaking of this situation, by the time that you end the call, you are currently nursing a small drink to settle your nerves and are staring at Stursk, who is on the second floor of this area, hanging over the railing, just kind of observing the crowd that he has brought together.
So,
And as you are doing so, you hear one of the announcers begin to basically like showcase that there are more people of high esteem joining the party.
okay. As this goes on, my original plan was that once the party is together, we are going to kind of go around and mingle, make ourselves at least somewhat like tangentially known to some of the patrons of the gala, to make us not seem like complete strangers and maybe catch Stursk's attention, just so we're not going straight to him. Using just light small talk, I imagine a lot of these people are very stuffy aristocrats, so our tales of are mostly fabricated tales of adventure and intrigue and dungeon delving are probably fairly interesting, and finding individuals willing to listen to us is probably not that hard to do.
Fair. Okay,
So-
so whilst you were intermingling and just kind of sharing your stories with these individuals, you get a sense that there is actually somebody here that does catch your attention. It is Governor Hutton Benny, who is basically the planetary governor for this specific area. He has actually deigned to take a moment to attend this gala for seemingly important reasons. That being said, though, like I said before, there are individuals that are being announced as having entered this area. So, as all of you start to meet up on the ground floor and try to chill out your nerves from being so recently interrupted, you go ahead and, well, start paying attention as most of the general conversation dies down. Eventually, one of the individuals that is on the upper stage of the entryway stairs goes ahead and kind of makes a noise to catch everyone's general attention and goes to announce the first guest. We have, in our distinct pleasure, the visiting of Calpurnina Zephyrinus, who is the ruling queen of House Mortis. And as they go ahead and go to announce this individual, stepping from his side is a gilded individual who at first appears to be human, in darkened armor that very much resembles that of almost like a crypt guard. Gilded and these very nice black wings is very much betraying its heritage as non-human. Steps down and begins to intermingle with the crowd. The second individual who is announced is Ismael Vukosevic, the acting king of House Baldor and the son of the late Sterling Vukovic. A very pissed off looking noble who almost looks like, I don't even know, like a red beet, shaven and lacking hair, just kind of in his most formal attire, steps for a second, stands proud, and with this almost hate in his eyes, overlooks the crowd of mostly syndicate patrons and begins to march down.
Upon hearing that the acting king of House of Baldor is here, and knowing, of course, our relation with that, I'm gonna look towards Tim Tom and gauge his reaction.
Is Matt here? Matt is not here, so you'll have to judge that later.
All right, well.
What was that man's name again?
Ismail Vukovic. As you all are paying attention and continuing to see that there is still a roaring guest list of people to arrive, seemingly all having arrived together, probably from the same shuttle. Now, the acting warden and defender of House Draconis, Alexander V and Samantha Haxton, and two separate individuals gilded in these very sharp crimson red and gold gilded power armors, helmets removed and at their sides, begin to march down and kind of furrow out their cloaks. They look very stern and kind of set on overlooking the security of this place and are currently looking over everyone and their current weapons. One of them appears to have some kind of master-crafted rifle at their back, and the other one appears to have the holster of some kind of energy sword at his hilt.
So these are the guards, right?
These appear to be some kind of bodyguards for the heads of House Draconis.
Okay.
Which
By
was
the way, the house.
Tim Tom's gonna find some hors d'oeuvres.
I will say, while you were gone, the acting king of House Baldor was actually revealed to be here.
Oh,
Yeah.
And he looked at the crowd with pure fucking hate.
And then
eyes.
I looked up at you to gauge your reaction to having that man here.
Not
he is
not
a
good.
short, angry red beat of a man. He looks
Not
very
good,
old.
disgusted, and angered.
And who is the head of House Draconis?
The head of House Draconis has not been announced, but you did get Calpurnia Zephyrinus, which is the ruling queen of House Mortis, a Strix knight of some reports.
I'm going to kind of nudge Orion to his side, and I'm just going to say, while bringing up my wine glass to cover up my lips, tuck that amulet in.
Wait.
House Mortis is here, and you're wearing an emblem with their insignia.
Yeah, I guess I'll go ahead and do that for now. I wouldn't mind. I want this to be a conversation piece between myself and fucking Stursk. I don't want some person from Mortis to. Wait, was it Mortis?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Same
somebody
here.
from Mortis to either take such an interest in it that they want to take it, or just immediately buy it off of me. I want to have it long enough to give it to
So,
him.
upon seeing Tim Tom's face contort into a angry grimace upon seeing the acting king of House of Baldor, I'm gonna kind of slightly nudge him.
Tim Tom is still just staring at him.
I know what it's like.
So,
Just keep your head in the game.
as you all are trying to steady your nerves, the next series of guests they go ahead with the announcements, and you hear the same billowing man with a fluttering shirt, probably positioned where a fan is nice and hovering on him, since the air conditioner started warbling recently. Now the forward guards of the great heads of House Draconis, the vanguard of the king and queen himself, Ferris and Ignis. And with that, the crowd goes silent as the doors open, and as the dim light shining through this orange glow of the sunset, you see two larger than man-sized, cybernetically enhanced lions enter this place.
God damn, this is ostentatious.
So as they go ahead and approach and stand on either side of the entry stairwell, now announcing the heads of the great house of Draconis, Tiberius Drusus, the great high king of his household, and Priscilla Drusus, high queen to Tiberius Drusus, and he immediately chokes up and just like, oh god,
They're going to cut my head off.
And striding in, currently holding hands, you see a great man gilded in this very royal attire. Armor out the ass with cloak kind of billowing behind him. It looks to be ceremonial plate that's probably passed through like family generations. As well as Priscilla, who is, you can actually tell, has some surface level cybernetic augmentation, gilded in a fairly nice royal dress.
And glaring like hell at the announcer.
Yeah, no, she is not happy with the announcer's slip up. And our final guest from the Draconis Empire, the consort of Tiberius Drusus and handmaiden to the Lucent Lady herself, Lucille Slidus, and someone who is immediately non-human makes their appearance present. Gilded in almost a fluffy white coat of these just elegant feathers, which appear to be kind of wrapped around her in this almost organic outfit. Somebody who almost has this inhuman level of just physique steps through and takes a moment to look over everyone here. The way that this person moves is rehearsed and almost kind of terrifying in its alien precision. And you can tell that although this thing maintains some kind of facsimile of humankind, it is far beyond that. In fact, you can see from its eyes they almost seem reminiscent of some kind of avian. They almost lock on and stare on people for maybe a lingering moment too long. And as they all descend into the crowd and begin mingling and talking, what is it the party wants to do?
I'm just gonna look at that last lady a bit better. I'm gonna try to make a perception check to get a better look to see exactly what the fuck she is.
Alrighty.
Nothing.
With an 8, you're actually too just flabbergasted at the appearance of this person. That supernatural effect almost seems to put you at ease within this environment, and you find yourself kind of glancing over a detailed investigation in favor of just being in the presence of all of these high and mighty individuals. You definitely can tell that she is not human.
447.
Yes.
Because you say on occasion you're checking over at Tim Tom, right?
Yeah, just making sure you're keeping your head in the game, because I
Is
know
she mystical in
you're
nature?
you're basically attending this party with Hitler.
And Tim Tom eyes, yes. Hitler, Goering unit, what is it, 9-7 or whatever it is?
Yeah.
The Japanese fucking. You'd probably notice that his palm is starting to bleed a little bit from how tight he's clenching it, like he's digging his fucking claws into his palm.
Doctor, you're hurting yourself.
I'll be right back. 1 second.
Says nothing, continues staring.
So, individuals, if you intend to
Yari
meet and greet,
is going to
I'm-
get himself some.
I know I'm
Dark.
ostensibly the bodyguard for the entire archaeological expedition, but I'm a bit worried about Tim Tom. I'm gonna stick with him.
It's gonna start like
You just hear
going
him mutter
around,
underneath
kind
his
of
breath.
mingling with the crowd.
You hear him mutter under his breath.
Yari stays
Fucking
near
monsters. All of them.
Dar-
I know the
Yari,
feeling.
while he grabs himself some herbs, he's going to stay near ankles to some degree.
fair. So,
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna
Eli,
grab a bit of
you-
wine and start just mingling around with the crowd.
Understandable. Eli, you asked if that last one was mystical in any way, supernatural. I will allow you to make a mysticism check to try and identify what this is.
Oh dear.
There went all my
So,
luck to the gala.
this is perhaps a very good time to roll a natural 20 on a mysticism check. Lucille Slitus is a name that you recall from your personal studies as a noble under your mother. Now, in the Hollowed Court, there exists a figure, one of the two leading figures of that interstellar empire that far exceeds the Syndicate, even in its current broken and fractured state, is the Lucent Lady. Now, this person is essentially a demigod that is worshipped like a god throughout the realm, and for the fact that one of her handmaidens, which you actually successfully identify as Vild Ravens, are attending this gala.
I love all the throwbacks to the old campaign. I love the fact that there's Kavi here, Vild Raven, shit like that. That's really nice, and I appreciate it heavily.
Continuity.
And although this individual is not gilded in any kind of armor or offensive weaponry, you know at a moment's glance it could turn from a courting, almost stunning supernatural beauty into a gilded, white armored knight capable of even dividing tanks in half with their sword swings.
I'm going to give Orion another nudge and just say, whatever you do, avoid. And I'm going to kind of gesture towards that lady.
Yeah,
And-
the handmaidens of the Lucent Lady are essentially like mythic in their appearance, and upon her introduction, the entire crowd just goes silent and just starts to stare.
Yeah, Yari's just noms on hors d'oeuvres while
Yeah, he's just currently eating these terrifying little green orbs with red dots in them. I
Nope.
hate hors d'oeuvres.
nom. And I imagine his little proboscis is just going out and just grabbing onto one and putting it directly in.
He's just slurping them. You just see like little.
Not slurping.
Proboscis.
It's
God.
not slurping it. It's more like almost a tongue going out and grabbing it, pulling
It's
it back
akin
into
to
the
a
mouth.
frog catching a fly, I have to
My
imagine.
Christ.
Yes, more like that. He could slurp it, but he doesn't want to right now.
So, do you want to mingle with the lesser-known patrons, the fairly wealthy business owners, or just the various individuals of some repute in here, just trying to get familiar, or do you want to try your chances and talk to some of these more
So
important?
my
Go
my
on.
primary point of interest is trying to mingle with people that might be inside of holy fucking shit. I want to try to get to know people that are close to Stursk. So people in the business circles are the ones I'm most interested in, as well as like individuals that are closer to the planet. But if I can, maybe just because, just for shits and giggles, maybe I would like to approach for these mythic figures and see how well I can hold in conversation to one of them.
Yari
So-
will will just follow behind and just kind of try to be as polite as he can.
I have
Pick up an
no
almost different posture.
I have no social skills, especially among this caliber of people. I'm going to keep as quiet as I can and try not to draw attention while I make sure Tim Tom doesn't kill anyone from House of Baldur.
Tim, at this point, Tim Tom's like walking away from this.
I'll still accompany you.
Yeah, he's just gonna find some like chair in a corner and just grab like 2 or 3 glasses of wine off a busboy.
Vaku, you said you wanted to familiarize yourself with these patrons, so
Okay.
what is your decision?
Yeah.
Do you want to interact with the lesser status or one of these individuals?
I'm just gonna mingle around some of the lower people for now.
So both Ankos and Vaku, go ahead and give me diplomacy checks just to see how well your group fits in.
I'm going to roll to assist.
Ooh. Oh
You know what?
my
Fuck it.
god.
Can I take the lead?
Oh.
God fucking damn
Ooh.
it.
Can I take the
Yeah.
lead?
You both start to immediately step on toes, talking with various business and institutional leaders, and are just kind of like, you generally
What's
feel
up?
out of place. Yeah, like, what's
I
up?
just get the feeling that like fucking Ankos is going around talking and the fucking guest is like obviously a Fed. Fucking Vaku's going Vaku's going around talking. Obviously never lived outside of a desert.
Yeah.
And fucking
So-
Sal.
Yeah.
Who, by the way, for the recording, just
Roll the
popped a
20. Nat 20.
with a on top of the other 2, which was a fucking nat 1 coming to an 8 and
then
or
a 2.
nat 1
And
coming
then a
to
2.
a 9 and a fucking 2.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it seems about right.
Sal is
Sal.
in his element.
I am never going to hear the end of this. This fucking guy.
As Ankos is talking with, in fact, one of these closer related individuals to Stursk, in fact, a twice removed cousin that deals in some actual, like, technological artifacts that are traded to Stormcast Innovations, you just say something you should not have, like, basically, you know, I would expect that individuals of your caliber would be a bit more inbred, but I'm happy to be proven otherwise. And it's just one of those immediate things that's just like slip of the tongue. Oh my god.
At this point, like, and that's where Sal kind of comes in to salvage the situation. I'm assuming.
Yeah, I imagine that after Orion says something that he probably meant with another word, but that accidentally crept into his language with how
I was
vengeful he
absolutely
is.
thinking it. It was a Freudian slip that very much slipped and fell down the staircase and broke its fucking legs.
At this point, I'm just gonna say Sal's demeanor is just going to be not like one of panic or anything, but just like good-natured and just kind of more along the lines of playing it off that he's here, like helping him along.
Yeah, I will say that as you brush in aside and immediately transform a failed attempt at building report into a like joke that actually manages to gain some influence within this small crowd, with a natural 20 and a +8, you attract one of these mythical figures' intentions. Like, you see them kind of cast their gaze over to you. Let's figure out which one it is. A 5, 3, 4, 5. That would actually be the very same Lucille Slitus.
Uh-oh.
So,
Fuck.
you go ahead and, as you're chatting and talking, all of the eyes are kind of getting drawn to you and your outfit in this remarkable display of cultural history and such a perfectly replicated outfits, eventually drawing away from a crowd of individuals who are all just trying to desperately get into her range of contacts. She, in fact, approaches Sal. And as those eyes settle on you, it's almost this creeping feeling that you are being, like, strangled as they approach and just say, I've never seen somebody in such an eloquently created disguise before. Tell me.
I'm just gonna kind of raise an eyebrow. Oh, and what makes you say that?
Well, is it not an outfit created for this event? It's a remarkable piece of history.
I am
Well, I
the
do
real
appreciate the
Count.
compliment.
How did
I'm
you
a-
go
I'm-
about creating it? Might I ask?
a lot of research and an dedication to making sure things are as correct as possible.
Maybe in the future you could help some of my other patrons dress up for the occasion.
I'm just going to kind of look back as kind of just, shocked at being invited to this sort of thing. You honor me with such sentiment. I'm glad that my efforts have paid off.
She gives off a warm smile and kind of turns over, and with that feathered outfit that almost seems organic in nature, she turns on a dime and goes to address somebody else in the crowd. At this point, individuals are basically gearing up for a dance and are starting to really get into the day's celebrations. The speakers are putting on absolutely just revolting music to individuals who are not of this high social status, and they are starting to go into like traditional
I'm
dances.
gonna try to make awkward small talk with fucking Tim Tom as we're basically like set aside from everyone else. You know,
Yeah.
as far as music goes, this is music.
So, as I've worked through the crowd, and
Tim Tom does not
thanks to
respect me.
Sal,
And I'm just
made
gonna start
maybe at least
dancing.
one or two close associations, I'm gonna start looking for Stursk now.
So,
And I'm gonna
Vaku,
start
you want to go ahead and
dancing.
participate in the dance?
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me an
Acrobatics?
acrobatics check.
Yari just going to join in with the dancing.
Fair enough. Yo,
Wow.
Yarish!
Yarish is breaking it down.
I imagine he's utilizing his wings to flutter around to some degree.
so Vaku, you go ahead and start mingling with some of these lesser notable patrons and start actually getting into the groove of things. Though you're kind of having a hard time keeping pace with some of the more eloquent, higher tiered individuals who have probably practiced this for decades.
Yeah.
The random business owners and individuals that are just kind of having fun in this awkward situation, or just kind of breaking the ice, kind of passing off from one partner to another. However, Yarich is being exchanged from one person to another in such a fast sequence of events that he's practically being thrown around.
I imagine he's doing flips in the air to some degree using his wings.
Yeah, as you are passed from individual to individual, each of them give a, almost, I wouldn't say snide, but definitely kind of like a, what is this thing? It's adorable. And they're kind of throwing it around from person to person.
They think you are quaint.
Yeah, he's alright with that.
Oh, he's just a doll. I might want to keep him.
A 3. You actually managed to land directly into Samantha Haxton, the High Defender of House Draconis.
I thought he was gonna land in the arms of Hitler.
And for a second, this defender just kind of holds you stern for a moment, breaking
Cradling
completely
you.
with the dance, and just kind of looks right at you, and you see piercing, psychopathic gaze.
Yari just going to.
You are mine.
Another
So-
stuffed animal to add to my collection.
You get an immediate sense that Samantha does
out a
not
fucking jar and
experience
just-
emotions in the same way that oothers do. And as she is holding you sturdy in this power armored suit, which is actually behaving quite well during this dance, she just kind of bursts out, and in the middle of this crowd of people that are dancing around you, what is your kind, bug?
No.
I am Lymitra. I come from a desert. Well, not desert. Arid planet, really. I was traveling with a human mentor, trying to get to one of these moons.
Phil's
of space.
life story.
Yeah.
So as you're chatting, this person is kind of looking you up and down and measuring each of your arms and just kind of limbs and goes, "Are there others of your kind here, or are you the only one for sale?"
Y'all reach slavery arc.
Without the proper care and without my companions,
Season of the
I will
plantation.
die.
You'll die? Do
Yes.
you need to be watered like a plant?
No, it's more this. To put it simply, I cannot put it simply, really. I
Yari
hate
is
So-
this.
trying desperately to not get put in a jar.
At this moment, as the grip is tightening
Sure.
around you, another set of power armored footsteps graces next to Samantha, and you see Alexander V, the High Warden of House Draconis, put a hand on her shoulder and just goes, "Give him a break, Samantha." Trying to buy the locals. This isn't the first time that's happened. Come on, you're still a
Oh, no.
dastard.
Wow.
And she just kind of casually throws you aside.
I go back to my dancing.
So,
Either
Fucking
as you all
Christ.
continue to have fun and meet and greet with everybody here,
I eventually tried to dance my way back to Ankos.
yeah,
Tim
you
Tom's not
actually have to
having fun
break
with
from
you.
the crowd and skitter up the stairs to find Ankos, who is almost like a predatory animal stalking up to Stursk, who is still hanging over the railing. What do you plan
Okay.
on doing, Orion?
I am simply going to walk my way over along the railing until I find a nice empty spot that just happens to be near Stursk. I'm going to grab a glass of wine off of a passing tray and then lean up against the railing, like much in the fashion that he is. This dancing thing's never really been my type. Guess you could say the same, huh?
I've never been one to dance, no.
But oh well, it's a party. Parties will party.
There are traditions to be met. Tell
Yeah.
me, how did you bring yourself here?
Oh, myself. I'm an archaeologist. Came here with a group of other teammates just to explore some of the old ruins left on the planet from the old war.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Certainly interesting.
Yeah, I've already explored one of the old Balder keeps in the western part of the world. It was interesting, but I didn't find quite as much as I'd like there.
Nothing to report then? Nothing
Well,
noteworthy.
some amulets, some old technology, rather fine old weapon from the war that unfortunately I couldn't take back with me as it suffered a catastrophic failure.
I feel a
And-
sudden pain shoot up my arm and just kind of like.
His expression kind of narrows a bit. Roll a diplomacy check.
I didn't
Please.
technically lie about any of that, mind you. Diplomacy.
Except for the archaeologist part.
oh, thank God.
Wow, that went way better than last time.
So, as his eyes relax again, technology, amulets. You did your history, didn't you?
Well, most of my forte is in finding the gear. I do take a great
I don't
interest
mean
in
that. I'm just talking about all my public exercises, the things that I do to entertain myself. You did your bookwork. Tell me, what's your real purpose in coming here?
I kind of narrow my eyes at you. Oh, whatever could you mean?
Very well then, tell me of some of these discoveries. Technology, artifacts.
At this point, I imagine Yari just coming up the stairs.
Yeah,
Just
you
curious.
scutter next to Ankos' side.
I'm just going to kind of look down at him and it's just like, Yari, would you please be a dear and go back to some of the others?
You're
Yeah,
immediately
I-
turned away.
Yari does a little salute for some reason and heads back down.
He does catch Stursk's eye and just goes, "You know, is that a Lymantria? I haven't seen one a few
Oh, yeah.
years, actually."
That's my engineer, actually. Yarich, over here.
Yari immediately turns on the heel and comes back up.
This is my technical expert, one of the people I brought with me to the planet.
So this very aged, like wrinkly guy just kind of crouches down to his knees and starts fumbling around in his suit pockets until eventually you start hearing crinkling. Yes, I think it was a couple of decades ago. The last time I had met one of your kind, he was a fully grown example of your species. Tell me, are you still a nymph?
Yes.
A small bug. He
Yes.
unwraps one of those mints that you get you take from free from
God.
like bowls, and he just unwraps them and gives it to you.
Yari takes it and slurps up with his little proboscis.
Oh, that's adorable. All right
No.
then, little engineer. He gets back up. That is enough busying myself. So, You say that you have interest in several of my hobbies.
Well,
That interest?
well, I'm not going to I'm not going to pretend to be completely unaware of my current situation. I know that you head a rather notable business on this planet that's actually responsible for maintaining one of the most impressive pieces of technology you can find to date on any of these old worlds, being those terraformers.
No kidding. I found myself in quite the situation. Stormcast Innovations placing me in control of the restoration of one of these terraforming plants. I must say, it was quite a handful getting a hold of all of these ancient nobles. But I am hoping in the opportunity that I get to discuss with them trading of very useful and critical parts of the terraforming plans that will push our plans of restoration ahead by decades.
Oh, so you're
Yari
actually.
should
I'm glad that you've been making progress. I've explored quite a bit of this planet, and seeing the aftermath of them being down is quite depressing. I would love to see. I would love to come back again in a few decades' time, whenever maybe they've had their opportunity to fix the planet.
A shame, yes, but the land itself is worth quite a lot. It is a circumstance of fortune, I must say, that in the property value lowering, there comes opportunity for enterprises to sweep in and claim certain things before everything can be set right.
Huh. Well, you're rather open about your ambitions. I'd imagine it's something you'd probably only want to tell your close friends and business partners. Don't get me wrong, I'm flattered that I now have an in, but to each their own, I suppose.
Well, I'm not doing anything that any other
Oh
righteous
no,
capitalist wouldn't do.
buy 'em cheap, sell 'em high. The oldest advice in the book.
He just kind of nods. I'm glad you agree. Well, in any case, if that is the most that you have to propose to me, I should probably be back to other affairs and managing these things.
Also, oh fuck, I should have done this beforehand, but let me think about this.
And think about what?
Oh, I'm sorry, that was out of character. I was
Oh, okay.
I was thinking about maybe before walking up to him, I should have pulled my amulet out and put it on display again to make that a conversation piece. But it appears I've already missed my opportunity for that.
You can pull it out now.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna go ahead and do so. I'm gonna see if it catches his attention because I can't really
See-
think of another way to make this come up in conversation.
Seeing
So-
that Orion has this generally, he's got his thing going, and at that point, I'm going to make my way down towards the rest of the party and join in on the festivities. Do I need to roll something to join in, or no?
Who are you trying to get in contact with? Do you want to try and bump elbows with some of these notable figures, or just keep talking with the lower businessmen?
I'm just going to.
You can pick out a specific person that you intend to talk to.
I'm going more of a generalist, just like just whoever happens to be.
Unless you pick a specific person, I will roll randomly to kind of determine that.
Okay.
So if you intend to meet and greet with a bunch of random people, go ahead and give me a diplomacy check.
Would that be would I be able to? Well, they're exactly the same, so it doesn't matter. But
Right.
diplomacy.
I suppose I'll just keep mingling around and about with the various people around here.
19 and 20. So
Ooh,
as
damn.
you all are kind of chatting around, you're kind of talking with some of these local business owners, and some of them are here and rosy-cheeked from the offered champagne and fancy drinks. They seem to be hoping to get some kind of in with Stursk himself because he has quite a lot of opportunity on Zavos 3. He owns a lot of the industry here, even beyond that of the terraforming plans. As for Vaku, I'm going to go ahead and say, who do you want to talk to?
Hmm. Who do I
No,
want
in
to
fact,
talk
I've actually
to?
got a much better option. So, as you are talking with all of these individuals, eventually, whenever you're passing by, now that the dances have kind of come to they've kind of died down for the most part, maybe to rise again later, and people are talking and drinking. Eventually, you come across a suited woman with, you actually do notice, slitted scion irises and a stroke of braided white hair that kind of hangs down on one side of her face, obscuring one eye. The other side is shaved. This person kind of catches your attention, and she waves you over.
Oh, hello, ma'am. How are you?
Goodness, I hadn't expected to see one of your species here.
Oh, who are you?
Oh, you can just call me Alpha.
Alpha. My name's Vaku. How are
Good to
you?
meet you, Vaku. I'm doing just fine. Tell me, what brings you here?
Just hanging out with some of my archaeologist friends, just having a good time.
How very interesting.
Yeah.
Your archaeologist friends.
Mm-hmm.
What about them?
Oh, let's see here.
Just to remind you, out of character,
By
I
character,
did.
yeah.
I'm still in disguise.
Well,
And
in
if-
any
just
case,
just my friend Ankos and Yarich and a couple
are you
others.
pointing these people out?
No, just kind of
Fair enough.
watching them. Yeah.
Her eyes kind of gaze over the majority of these people. Well, to properly introduce myself, you may call me Alpha. I am the lead assistant to our grand host, Stursk. We deal pretty close and personally in affairs, if you catch my meaning. She kind of winks a bit.
Ooh, fairs. Fun.
I
So
remember
you
the
took
rest real
interest in
quick.
me. May I inquire as to why that is?
Well, I've just never seen a person of your stature as one to interact with nobles, so you caught my interest is all. I have other reasons for grabbing you, but most of those are evading individuals I don't want to talk to. She says as one pair of people tries to approach, but she is already engaged in conversation, so they turn on their heel and go to interact with others.
Do you want to take this somewhere else a little more private, or?
You know what? I think that's a fine idea.
Yeah.
And as the both of you go ahead and leave this small table and start walking around.
Yeah.
447, you said that you're
Yes.
kind of just kind
I
of sitting in the
am.
corner.
I'm accompanying Tim Tom, who is currently not having a very good time.
Tim Tom is like, he's no longer staring the royalty so much as he's just like unblinking, staring at a point on the ground.
So
I've been
As-
attempting to engage him in a conversation, but it's
Hasn't
probably
said a
not
word.
working very well.
I imagine at a certain point he just kind of like, oh, I'm sorry. Did you say something, Mr. 447?
I'm just trying to
back.
keep your head in the game here, Doctor. I know it's not easy being around people you loathe with every fiber of your being.
being green.
I know that from experience. You're handling this much better than I handled that thing back in the woods with that hallowed agent. So I commend you for that, but we need to keep alert.
Yeah. Yeah. Just a lot on my mind, you know. That
I
lady, the
believe-
robots.
Believe me, I
Them.
understand. It's strange that we haven't seen her yet. You figured she'd be more zealous in keeping us contained if that was truly her wish.
So,
Yeah.
as you are talking, Vaku and the strange individual pass by, and 447, you kind of take a moment as you look. Your eyes pass by this individual before returning back to their business, before immediately like backing up onto this person in sheer recognition. Aside from the strange eye augmentation, this is a former member of your squad.
What the hell?
In fact, as you are staring at them, this is 202, the manipulator. The one engaged in covert ops and sabotage. Currently out of armor and walking with Vaku to a private room. You two exchange glances, and there is a look of recognition in her face as she continues walking with a smile.
Doctor, don't be alarmed. I have to leave.
What? Oh, okay. If you need anything, call me up on the comms. I'll just
Understood.
Be here.
here.
Understood. Just don't do anything rash, all right?
Oh, don't worry about that.
I hope you get better, Doctor. And with that, I'm going to actually briskly walk towards 202.
Yeah, they are rounding the hallway and quickly disappearing. So, as you, Vaku, continue to walk, you start hearing 447's footsteps behind you.
Almost hasten.
Yeah.
447. Oh.
You will breach into this conversation, and this duo stops in mid-motion and turns to face 447.
202?
She just kind of takes a moment, and her eyes open just a bit wider in a bit of surprise and just goes, "I'm sorry, do I know you?"
You look like someone I knew once. I may have made a mistake.
Terribly unfortunate. I'm sure that whoever you're looking for is in good health somewhere.
Something tells me that's not the case.
And she gives you a smile.
I guess a little perplexed. I'm just gonna say I don't mean to take Vaku away from me for too long, but I do have something to say to him.
She turns over
Yeah.
to Vaku and just kind of, "You heard the man."
It's not going.
Alright.
It's not going to take very long. You two can. So I just briefly take Vaku aside. I'm going to sound crazy, but that's one of my squad mates.
Wait, what?
202.
What about her?
She shouldn't be alive. My squad was active 1,500 years ago, Vaku.
Oh, fuck.
So you
This is
both
either
kind of
I'm doing this in a low kind of under my breath, almost like hissed through my teeth kind of tone.
Yeah, you both kind of exchange this look between yourselves and look back to this individual who is on the other side of the hallway, who immediately, without even like registering, you didn't make any sound by turning your head, and she was facing away. Her head kind of turns over to look at the rest of you and gives you another smile.
This-
And she slips around the corner.
This is either the world's most unlikely coincidence, or there is some serious explaining someone has to do.
I suspect there's some fuckery. I suspect there's some fuckery from Aspect.
I don't know. I don't know if Aspect would be capable of something like this, and I don't know why she would be incentivized to do something like this. But I
You have
can't.
any better explanations?
I have no explanation, Baku, at all. Look, if you want to continue mingling with her, then by all means, I would encourage it. But I don't know how I would even approach this.
I'll just keep that in mind while I chat her up a bit. Thank you for letting me know.
Be careful. I don't think this is what I think it is. And it sure as hell isn't what it's telling you it is.
So you both go for a confirmation look and figure out that this person has disappeared.
Fuck.
Didn't mean to ruin that for you, but fuck. Okay.
Oh shit.
Okay. I'm gonna
just regroup.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to Tim Tom and make sure he's doing all right.
Yeah.
Tim Tom's not at the table.
Oh no. Where is Tim Tom gone?
Oh,
So actually,
Tim
you
Tom...
know what? I don't want to take away from this for too long. I'm gonna tap my earpiece. Aspect, I know you wouldn't do something like this, and I know you're probably not even capable, but do you have any idea what the hell is going on here?
Buzz.
Do you believe in ghosts? She says jokingly.
I'm starting to. All right, just had to ask.
I guess Tim Tom, in an attempt to clear his mind of all the foggy hazes, is just gonna go out and try to mingle to distract himself.
As you go out to mingle, currently hazed by an alcoholic intoxicant.
Well, it's not so much alcohol; it's more he probably just spent the past 20+ minutes having PTSD flashbacks.
Right. So as you are doing so, because of the humor of the situation, no one else than Ismael is going to approach you.
Oh.
The
Which one's
standing
the-
king
Oh,
of House Maldor.
Hitler.
Oh no.
So this kind of aged son of a dead king kind of shows up, and he has an alcoholic drink in one hand and kind of approaches. And as he sees you, his face turns even redder and just goes, "Who the fuck let you in?"
Whoa. Oh.
Tim Tom, I imagine Tim Tom's having a conversation with someone, and he just stops. My sincerest apologies. Were you speaking to me, Your
Should
Grace?
keep your wild animals outside.
I twitches.
Someone get a guard over
Drunk
here.
space hit.
Actually, hang on. Do I hear this? Am I able to fucking zero in on this?
I imagine, are you guys proceeding back, regrouping?
You were regrouping,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, I imagine that you do see this.
So I see
can
Tim
I-
Tom
can I make
talking
a-
with the
can I-
guy in the room he hates the most. I'm gonna start briskly walking over.
Can I make
Lightning.
some sort of roll to not
Oh, Vaku, you're with me,
immediately
right?
snap at him?
Yeah.
With
Oh,
like,
Okay,
Save.
I'm gonna kind of lean
Okay.
towards you. I'm gonna keep this short. Tim Tom does not
Ah!
like that guy.
No.
You know, I might be a wild animal, but at least I'm not a short, stubby little piece of shit that runs his empire into the ground.
The fuck did you just say to me, you big fuzzy piece of shit? I need another drink. And he
This
turns
man
around
is
and
fucking hammered.
walks
Tim-
over to another server and just goes, "Sir, I think you've had enough for the night." And he goes, "I don't give a shit. I'm a fucking king. You don't get to talk to me like that. Who lords over you?" Am
I imagine as soon as you
manager?
guys
Well,
touch,
I'm gonna have a chat with your manager later, right after I go and vomit.
The king became a Karen.
Wow.
The king of Karen.
you just
It's
you
drunk
just see
Hitler.
Tim Tom look of pure, unadulterated rage, hyperventilating, shoves past you 447 and is going to leave the building.
So, as the bear leaves, what are you doing, 447?
Ankos, I'm talking to Vaku. Ankos specifically said none of us should be isolated. I'm going after him.
Yeah.
If you see
that's fair.
202 again, just keep an eye on her.
Alright. I'm just gonna kind of look at the. I'm just gonna look over in the direction of the king and see what the fuck he's doing.
And I'm gonna go after Tim Tom.
So, at this
Just
current
keep my
moment,
distance.
Tiberius has straight up separated from the main crowd and is currently talking to Stursk. They seem to be chatting over something pretty casual, and both of his cybernetic lions are resting at his side, kind of keeping a careful eye on the crowd around them.
So
Are you
thi-
going to alert the rest of the party as to 202's presence?
Me?
Yes.
You know, I probably actually. I mean, both of us probably should. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think before I go get Tim Tom, me and Vaku are both together gonna fucking talk about that.
Right.
Yeah.
So, what are you doing? Are you giving everybody a comm message, or what?
I think that's gonna be easier than trying to gather everyone and like making a scene about it. So I'm just gonna send, I guess, a group text. None of you are going to believe me. You're going to think I'm fucking crazy. But one of my former squad mates is walking around here.
She chatted me up earlier.
I shouldn't have to spell this out for any of you, but none of my squad mates should be alive right now.
Yari's eyes somehow widen more than they already are. His antennas fold back. Okay. That's what he texts back.
Sal is just gonna warrant like a slight pause in his drink before just replying, "Are you sure?"
I am positive I would never forget one of their faces. I know what I saw, Sal.
By the way,
And he's just going to say, just text like recognition with a question mark.
I'm gonna text back, what the fuck are you talking about?
Did she recognize you in caps?
Oh. I saw a brief flash of what looked like acknowledgement come from her, but when I confronted her, she didn't seem to recognize me. She at least acted like she didn't. I don't know. This could just be the world's worst coincidence, but I don't think this is a doppelganger. There's no way.
At this moment, Enkos. You there, Matt? You
Yeah,
there?
I'm here. I'm here.
Can you make a perception check for me?
Sure thing.
I will also try to describe what she looks like. The whole blonde hair, blue cybernetic eyes, a braid.
White actual hair.
Yes.
And seemingly, they might be cybernetic, but they just looked like fucking snake eyes, and it was kind of creepy.
I'm basically describing her to the best of my ability so everyone knows what to look for.
Right.
So, Ankos, as you are chilling out at a counter trying to await another situation in which you can approach your fucking Stursk individual, your main objective, you see actually leaving this area because you were on the second story overhang. You see a person fitting that description leaving the manor.
Shall we follow them?
They are walking out of a secondary entrance and leaving.
I'm also going to send in my text message, Tim Tom had to leave. I'm making sure he's not isolated, so I'm stepping out of the building with him for the time being.
I'll just send a quick, simple text saying, I just saw the person you're talking about leaving.
I'm going with Ankos.
I don't know if I should follow her, though. I'm very curious, but...
You have your own you have your own mission. I'm not going to tell you to go after her. But God damn it.
I texted I'm not going alone. And I don't have to I'm not a very good talker. Nor
I should point out that there are a variety of individuals that would probably be suited for tagging along, and the majority of them are skill-based.
Sal?
Me?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm going out to make sure Tim Tom is not isolated.
Yes.
Okay.
So...
Sorry.
Yes, Yarich can come with me, and we can try to chase down 202.
I'm going to stick around and keep an eye on Orion.
Writing. So, you and Yarich are going to chase after this individual?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
I'm going to say probably not wise to do it stealthily, honestly. If it is one of 447's old teammates, they would be over cautiously if they saw someone stealthing them. So we'll just approach.
Alright, so you both exit via that same entrance that Angos pointed out as he continues to nurse his alcoholic drink and keep an eye on Stursk. You leave this area and find that this individual who is currently walking alongside the wall of this place is just kind of taking a moment to speak with themselves. Since you are not being stealthy, as you are basically approaching this individual, she kind of turns ahead and one of the eyes catch you, and she just continues walking, looking like she was about to say something, but decided against it. At this point, she is leaving the estate and entering the hedge maze.
Think we should pursue?
I say we... Hold on. I say we try to get into the this place's cameras and see what path she has taken.
Is there any way you can just do that right now because it's kind of
Yari's just
thing.
going to see if he can find maybe just a terminal, or maybe just some place where he can get his bearings of where everything's at. A terminal of some kind where he can get bearings. Maybe not hack into a place, but just figure out what's going on.
If you decide to start looking for a terminal, there is a chance that this person will slip out of your grasp. But you can do it if you want.
I'm going to keep pursuing. We have contact over comms, so I'll just keep going.
I'm gonna put my dog outside real quick. I'll be back.
Yari sighs and follows behind Baku. At this point, I say we go stealthily.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me stealth checks. 15 and 20. You follow into the hedge maze and quickly determine that at the rate that you are moving, you've probably got maybe a good amount of distance between you and her, and it's kind of a guess as to who makes it to the entrance first. Eventually, you do make it to the other side, and she appears to be leaving out of the gateway and proceeding outwards. Are you going to follow her away from the manor? She has now left the hedge maze and is now leaving the estate.
I say, I'm going to put my hand on Baku and say, we can't do him. We must stay with the group. As much as let's go find a terminal and figure out where she's been.
Yeah, I'll just radio up the others. Hey, I got a visual confirmation 202. She just left the estate.
Understood. I don't know. Maybe I was mistaken. Maybe that is just some doppelganger.
Reach, as stated, will begin going and looking for a place where he can get some sort of access to camera.
Maybe I'm hallucinating. Maybe I just got spooked because she just looked so much alike, but I don't know.
So, you enter into this building in the estate and attempt to find a terminal.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yep. I imagine that if you are straight up looking for a security terminal, you would have to be entering a restricted area into this estate, having to go past several guards and sneak your way into an actual facility that controls these terminals and cameras. Accessing, like, any of these security terminals is going to be a feat in and of itself, if that is what you intend to do. Because it's not like you can just go up to a check-in terminal and just log into them and access all sorts of security features of this estate.
Fair enough. I'm going to group up. I'm going to just regroup up and discuss if this is who 447 thinks it is. What would he suggest?
So I imagine that you pull everybody away from what they're currently doing. Sal and Angos from the second story, and you all go into a somewhat more private setting to discuss the matters that have currently come to pass.
Has Tim Tom returned with us?
I don't know. What are you guys doing?
I imagine Tim Tom's like Tim Tom's probably not even looking at his phone.
Well, like I said, I went after you.
I still would like to continue on to my mission. Especially if 447 sort of went to this person and they just went, I don't know who you fucking are, then maybe we shouldn't press this needle too hard.
Right, well, like I said, I'm going after Tim Tom because he stormed out after having a conversation with Hitler.
Yeah.
I'm still conversation with Hitler. I low-key cussed out Hitler.
Thankfully, he was probably so drunk I doubt he'll remember the cussing out.
Boy, that's a good thing, because I was like, okay, it's like that elf chick to me from, she was like, okay, yeah. I imagine after some coaxing, he managed to get Tim Tom to come back to the party.
All of you regroup into a private room.
Okay.
Anybody leaving themselves out?
I would like. I'll take a break for a while. I'm sure Stursk isn't going to go anywhere. I'll step off the floor if everybody wants.
He seems to be pretty concerned with those talks with Tiberius, and from what you are spying, they really aren't talking about anything important right now.
Okay, I will excuse myself momentarily then.
So, you all go ahead, slip into a private area, and go ahead and just regroup and get your bearings
Yeah.
on everything.
Look, I don't. If you're asking me what I would do about it if it was her, I don't know. The fact of the matter is, it might not even be her. I could just be going fucking crazy.
Understood.
Hmm.
I feel like I've seen a
I
ghost.
do find it strange that she does. Bakuin tell us that she told him that she was a guard for this place.
Yeah. It's really odd.
If she was a guard, then what's she doing leaving the estate?
That's my issue. I'm going.
Yeah.
Should we bring this up to the actual guard?
Should mention that she did not proclaim that she was a guard. She said
Oh.
that she was the basically head assistant next to
Hmm.
Thirsk.
Head assistant.
Also implied that she had some weighing say in their operations.
So still,
Look, we
This-
came here for a mission. Can we just get this over with and get out?
You're right. I'm letting my past distract us. We need to focus.
Is that all you guys have to discuss?
Yeah,
I mean,
I think it is
I-
incredibly concerning how
I'm sorry. I didn't.
know-
I didn't mean to let the schizophrenia of a dying soldier distract us.
I wish I had better advice for you. I mean, I trust your judgment, but you're a 1 in a million shot, buddy.
No, the fact of the matter is, I was in a cryotube of 1,500 years, and I could very well be seeing things.
At this moment, you all are interrupted by Inkos' comm beeping.
beep beep beep. Oh, boy.
I'm gonna answer the comm.
It is actually Uvon. So, can't help but notice that you guys slipped away for a second there.
Yeah, just had to talk about
It's-
something in private. I
It's
figured
it's
I'd.
fine. This conversation's over. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
it's-
I don't normally compromise the op. Sorry.
Yeah, we're returning to the floor now. But what's up, buddy?
Well, just kind of keeping a gentle eye here. It looks like a detachment of guards are being formed. They're about ready to escort Sturst to a private conversation at the plant itself. I figure if you're careful, you might be able to arrange yourself into his little circle.
Is this on speakerphone?
I would. I will say that I will have it on speakerphone for everybody that's interested.
All right.
What the
I
hell are you
will
guys
join.
gathering for anyway?
You better move, Ankos.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to join Ankos. 'cause
447 just was deliberating over somebody that he saw, somebody from his past, maybe.
What do you mean?
An old friend. It turns out the lead didn't go anywhere. We were just having a talk about it.
Oh, fair enough.
We can dig into it post ball, but for now, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and start trying to make my way over to Sturz and see if I
Y'all
can try
reach
one
will
last
join,
opportunity to
seeing
get in
as-
close.
Just go. Don't let me compromise you. Go.
All right.
Yarich
Yeah,
will
Yarich.
join Ankos.
Yes, you said
'cause-
that 3 times.
Yes.
Yes.
Just
Yeah,
making
no-
sure.
Yeah.
So you rush up to the second story and you find that Tiberius has kind of departed from Stursk, and it looks like he is gathering with a small congregation of important businessmen, as well as some of the lesser of the higher notable figures, like Ismael, you know, the fucking baby Baldor noble.
Okay.
It looks like they
I'm
are
gonna-
currently walking away from the situation.
Okay.
Is-
I am going
is-
to walk to Stursk, and I'm just going to sort of very light casual conversation of, leaving the party already? Like, you know.
Oh, yes, no. We're heading out to the plant itself. We're going to tour its grounds, and hopefully it will make for more interesting conversation and discussion of potential business cooperation. Are you interested?
Actually, I was going to ask if I could see them for myself. Actually, if you wanted some technical consultation while we go there, I've actually brought my engineer with me if you would like to hear some bits of wisdom from him.
Well, then, be my guest. I'd be happy to have a few extra tag-alongs, and he kind of waves around the wine glass, stirring its containment. It's
Content.
Contents.
Its contents. Thank you very much.
All right.
Well then,
Yeah. No.
let us not waste any time. We have a
Practically-
dying sun out there.
Practically giddy that this opportunity has fallen to my lap, despite the fact that I have been doing a horrible job of pursuing it. I will come along.
So, you guys go ahead and strike up a casual conversation on just the potential value of ancient technology. And whilst you are doing so, you are boarding a very nice, actually, private shuttle.
We should probably
No.
determine if the entire team is going or not.
Yeah.
How about this? Before we leave, I'll make mention that, I have the rest of my archaeology team here. They'd all love to see these old grounds and these facilities. It's, a little bit higher brow than we usually get to see it, in a far better shape.
There's only so much room on the shuttle. Tell you what, whatever. Bring your team here and I will pick those that I wish from your fold.
All right.
All right.
Sure enough. I'm sure the rest of us can.
Yeah,
I'm sure those that
it's-
don't.
Yeah, it's easy enough to get us all gathered.
Yeah, I'm just
Kind
gonna have
of
everybody come to the front.
Puts his glasses to his head, and you kind of get a sense of this guy's probably a bit older than he lets on. Probably has some kind of a rejuvenation that's kept him alive. And as he's narrowing his eyes and looking at all these individuals,
Getting.
I have to say, of your number, I am definitely the most interested in the bear. He is definitely quite a character. Though,
Oh, yes.
that being said, I'm not sure how well you would fit in the shuttle. Tell me, what is your name?
My name is Dr. Timothy Thomas, but you
What
may
role
call
do
me
you
Timothy.
play in their archaeological expedition?
I am a medical advisor. When they're out in the field, they have sometimes issues with getting attacked by small vermin, or nicking themselves and getting wounded in the various wreckages. It is my job to ensure that their health and safety is my utmost concern.
That's wonderful. And I was hearing some fascinating things about you, and he turns over and spots a 447.
I tilt my helmet up.
I heard that you are a relic from a lost age. In fact, Lucille was talking about that quite adamantly.
I didn't realize so much of my life has been divulged without my knowledge.
I didn't talk about 447.
No, the handmaiden seemed to have recognized your physical build and stature and was quite vocal on the subject. You are a piece of history yourself, sir.
Vocal how?
That you are a genetically tailored ancient super soldier from a forgotten war. Now that is a topic of interest. Perhaps you could shed some light on, maybe the culture of Concordia.
Well, I was a soldier.
Even as a soldier, you'd still have an idea as to how things operated back then. I'd be a wonderful topic of conversation.
I'm not much one for talking, but if this is your choice, then so be it.
Good. Well then, these three seem to have suited my exceedingly high expectations. You can come with us. The rest of you enjoy the party. Get some drinks.
Which ones has he chosen?
He's chosen Ankos, the Moth, and Centurion.
Okay.
That's actually
Okay.
fun.
I do want to know more about this handmaiden.
Well, that depends on what you'd want to know.
I'm not up to date on current events. Who exactly is she? What would she know about Concordia? Why did she recognize me?
Well, don't you know? The handmaidens are, servants to some of the higher echelons, or highest echelons of the Hallowed Court. They are very prominent supernatural beings, and it was a pleasure getting to talk with her as long as I
kind of clench my fists at that faction name.
I'm sure that there are some definite rivalries considering the nature of the event, but I'm sure we can let bygones be bygones. I mean, 1,000 or so years have passed.
For you.
Fair enough.
For me, it was just a few weeks ago.
your information and memory is that clear then. Maybe you could tell us about some of the frontline invasions of the Hollow Core. I must say you have fascinating companions, Enkos.
I can tell you what it feels like when you crush one's neck between your grip.
Oh, goodness me. Very
Yeah.
well then.
Boy, this is not a comfortable situation for either 4-7 or myself.
Yep. This is
Yari
interesting.
just kind of. His antennas are going backwards and kind of almost unnerved.
So as you guys are escorted out of the manor by Sturska's handful of guards and brought into the shuttle, you find yourself in a private environment along with Ismail, the acting king of House Beldor, as well as Bolvok Stursk, the CEO of Stormcast Innovations, or rather their operating officer for this particular environment. So, as he is still recovering from that bit of humorous laughter hearing your description of like popping their necks open. So were you like an acting infantryman? I know that you were genetically altered, but I don't know that much about the Centurion program.
The Centurion program was created in response to the genocidal aggression of the Hollowed Court. It was made to ensure the existence and continued thrival of humanity.
Oh, I mean, that's quite a burden you carry on your shoulders.
It was.
I suppose so.
This was no mere frontline infantry. We were created, purpose-made. I do not have a mother or a father.
You were that grown.
That's one way of putting it.
Goodness, I think this marks a specific event in our history. Well, you've never gotten such a close contact with a being of your caliber. So
Yarich is
a
going.
vat-grown, genetically engineered super soldier. That is.
After spending 1.5 thousand years in cryostasis, my abilities and mental acuity have dulled to a fraction of what they were when I was active in combat. And furthermore, separated from my Tordenveyor Class 2 powered assault exoskeleton, I have lost a significant portion of what made me what I was.
I feel like I've only just gotten to know you for a couple of minutes, and it feels like we've spent a lifetime together.
Yarich is going to pull up the video he downloaded from the library of Concoria's Destruction.
Are you showing this to Stursk?
I'm getting ready. I'm going to ask.
I'm pretty sure he knows what happened to Concordia. That's why he's so interested in 447, because he's a relic of a lost civilization. I doubt he needs reminding of it.
I'm going to ask. Have you ever seen the actual destruction of Concordia?
Oh, yes, we have several preserved accounts from numerous different sources. They're in my personal collection, actually.
I was able to pull one up from the library.
You're talking about that dusty old archive. Yes, I am quite familiar with that.
I kind of put my head up to my helmet and just clasp it tightly as I bury my head in my hand.
Well, Enkos, where did you find this gentleman?
Oh, it's an incredibly long story. We were actually we were dispatched to explore an old wreckage that had shown up in space, and found him in a tube. And being that he was a natural-born warrior and needed a day job, we, for the first time in my life, took on a relic as an employee.
I mean, I suppose it makes sense. You can't exactly put a living being in a museum. That would be unethical, of course. So I mean, it's only it's only natural that as a free-willed individual, you get to choose your own part in destiny.
So when we were talking about 202, did Vaku let it be known that she is apparently Stursk's assistant?
I imagine that that's probably something that you discussed.
So I look up. I take it you have a very precise record of those working in your employ, no?
I do indeed, actually.
I'm curious about your assistant.
Oh, little Alpha. Yes, she is quite a sturdy and stalwart assistant, I must say, and it seems like he's kind of pulling at his collar just a little bit. Very, very useful to me and my corporation.
And you're telling me my existence is unique. There have been none others like me found.
Oh, well, as far as I'm aware, I mean, there's always the chance that some other corporation could have hidden the existence of one of them in order to, murder and reverse engineer their technology, but that's aside from the point. Tell me, do you know of the magi of your society?
Magi?
Yes, the technocratic overlords, the ones that were, leading the industrial affairs of your civilization.
The highest ranking official I've ever spoken to was a brigadier general.
Goodness. Then you were mostly involved with the military.
I was
I
a
have to say,
military creation.
there's quite a lot of information that you may be interested in that is on, the civilian sectors.
What do you mean? I've scoured archives and databases trying to find anything, but it's not been of much
Well,
use.
of course, if you access the public archives, you're not going to find anything on the topics of conversation. Information is a commodity, I say. Well, in any case, they were the leading developers of most of your technology. Came from other civilization far forgotten in the past. I'm surprised you haven't heard of them.
It was on a need-to-know basis, and evidently I didn't need to know.
I suppose it can't be avoided. What were you saying about Alpha?
We made contact earlier. Seemed like they're...
I'm sure she made a welcome introduction.
This is... I don't even know if I should say it.
So nice and polite, that young lady.
Right. There was this look of recognition between us, like... She looked like someone I knew once.
Really?
You have to understand, I was...
And as you're about to mention that conversation topic, the shuttle puts down and just goes, well, I suppose that'll have to wait. He gets up from his seat and goes, the tour starts now, my friends. So...
Yarich is going to pull out his data pad and start noting down all the mechanical parts that this person talks about.
So as you are released from this shuttle bay, you find yourself on what is essentially a, almost for lack of a better term, oil-rig superstructure that is built using syndicate technology, wrapping around a spire of such sophisticated machinery that you cannot determine its origins. Walking around, he's more than happy to introduce you to all of these strange and archaic machines. And let me go ahead and adjust the music just a little bit. So
I'm
we'll
gonna
go back to
let
this.
my dog inside real quick.
Got
Are you asking for something, Hooper?
No, I just realized I accidentally closed out of fucking Chrome earlier and took the session with it, so I'm rejoining.
I see.
I do that a lot.
So
I'm fucking digging this shit. This is going. I like this session.
you all go ahead and just start exploring a lot of the machineries, and he's kind of breaking down and elaborating on the explanations that a lot of the equipment here is used to decipher the ancient language used by these machines. In fact, there are entire banks on this platform that are devoted to just trying to understand small portions of this terraformer's grander purpose. And as you are going about and exploring, and he's like pouring through all of these cogitation devices that are all set up just to process mere letters, just trying to decipher certain functions. What is it that you guys want to do in the meantime while you're listening to him?
Like I said earlier, Yarich is taking heavy notes.
There's not much oh, sorry. If you're not done, please continue.
And it's if possible, he'll make possible theories about how to, maybe if he doesn't elaborate, how they may be trying to do this, or how to what kind of algorithms they're using, and maybe see
Oh
if
yeah, some of these computers are extremely expensive and worth your kind of just general observation and study. And as a couple of hours pass and the sunset continues to dim and the sun and the sky grow much more orange, you start to settle down. You get a sense that you have exhausted this man's energy. And after a while, he sits down on a nearby bench and just says, I've had most of our current personnel just scattered to the winds. There are a couple of guards here and there to keep an eye on, well, me and you. Have fun. Go explore. I'll be here.
May
Huh.
I look closer at the algorithms? I won't change anything.
You shouldn't be allowed to edit any of them, but I will let you go ahead and pour through some of their databases.
Thank you very much. This is very fascinating stuff.
Well, I
Yarich
guess...
is going to attempt to at least understand.
Go ahead and make a
I-
computers check as you leave for one of these server banks.
Oh,
A 30. So the actual engines that are powering these basically deciphering these deciphering analogs, these strange programs that are trying to just get the briefest hint as to the true purpose of these terraforming units and how to possibly repair them. You get some insight into their creation. You can tell that for the most part, they are analog machines with no real thought processes of their own and are sheerly dedicated towards basically scanning and replicating the structures of these in simulated environments. That I would say that you kind of advance your understanding of syndicate technology by a fair bit.
So before
That being said,
Go
though,
on.
even with a 30, there is no real way to comprehend this ancient technology, the terraformer.
that's fair enough. Most of my understanding is just going into nearly pure programming, trying to replicate the programming to some degree, but I'm pretty sure it's completely flawed compared to even SandKit.
So, what is it that the other two want to do?
So
Now that they're given a moment of private time.
before I do anything, I want to know what Ankos is doing.
Okay, well, I am kind of being presented with a golden opportunity here. If he just says, go nuts and look around, I'm just going to go ahead and begin to explore the facility.
Okay, if
and,
you're exploring the facility, I'm gonna follow you, and I'm gonna take this opportunity to talk. All right, look, I'm not gonna lie, I'm compromised right now.
Yeah, I had no intention of him finding that information out. Who did he say leaked you? Who told him about you?
That handmaiden, hallowed court. That's all I know. But that's
I
not
don't like...
why I...
Well, we meant...
Go on.
Go ahead. I was gonna say, I don't like the fact that, that hand got played without our knowledge, but... Well, I think we I think we shrugged it off well enough.
That's not what I meant when I said I was compromised. I can't think straight right now.
Oh, you're talking about your ghost, aren't you?
Yeah. So look.
Well, how about this?
I haven't been focusing on what's been going on for the past 5 minutes, so... I'm gonna lower my voice. Are these the terraforming machines you've been searching for so long?
They are, and for some reason he's let us inside to just look at them.
Okay.
I'm not the one to look a gift horse in the mouth, but this almost seems too good to be true.
Just tell me what you need me to do.
All right. Well, the original cause of this entire investigation is to find out why these terraformers went down. That's the big crux behind why we're here. Ah, god damn it! My Uber Eats is outside right now. I need to go get this shit.
Excellent.
What a
Also,
fucking
my mom wants me
great
to pick
timing.
up some pizza
I'll be right back.
pretty soon.
Fair.
Yeah. After a long while, Yarich is going to come back after learning much about the synth technology and begin just kind of rambling over it. With
So
this
I
person.
imagine that with this, Ankos seems to want a bit of private time.
That's
in order
fair.
To,
No, not with Ankos, but with the other dude that's allowing us.
Oh, Stursk?
Stursk. He seems to be trying to catch his breath and enjoy whatever he can of this outside air. So
If
for
if that's the case, Yarish will just be quiet while he just looks over the data he has collected.
yeah, while you are doing this 447, I imagine that
So
Not really getting
I
infected.
basically ask Ankos, what do you need me to do? And he's like, okay, I need to think about this. And Ankos goes off to think about it.
I imagine.
Okay.
Hey guys,
Yeah.
Yeah.
my dad's needing my help to cook dinner.
That's
I
fine.
don't know when I'm gonna be hopping back on.
We'll probably be ending soon anyway.
Yeah, this has been a longer session. It hasn't really felt like it.
Yeah.
It hasn't really felt like it.
Yeah,
No.
we've been running for almost 5 hours
No,
now.
I like it. I like it. Let's do let's address what's gonna happen
Okay.
next.
See you guys.
Yeah.
So you decide to
So I'm more or less alone right now.
you're basically just kind of alone, gathering your wits and well, for the most part, just trying to stop thinking about it. What is it that you wish to do? Just kind of out here by
Man,
yourself under a sunset sky on kind of an oil platform superstructure next to a terraforming spire in a artificial lake.
Well, if I'm completely alone and like I have to admit, I have no stake in what's going on right now, and even if I did, I wouldn't know how to help. So, I guess I'm just gonna find somewhere to sit, like next to this lake and look up towards the setting sun, and I guess just think about things. And since I am alone, what I might do is I might take off my helmet for the first time in a while.
I imagine as you do so, you feel but not see a comforting presence sit beside you, and you get a sense that as you take off your helmet, you and Aspect are just going to sit on whatever available seating is present, probably a ledge, and just kind of look at the sunset.
I'm also, I think, gonna take out Fractal's data chit and just think about the past.
That's probably a good idea. So you, along with the AI, just kind of sit down and think about stuff, enjoy the view, look at Fractal, remember the face of your squad mate. I am stalling for time while Ankos gets here.
I kind of idly say to myself as I hold Fractal's data chit, my bare face meeting fresh air in the sun for the first time in a long time. It's times like this I really do miss her.
Do you think I could make a guesstimate on what some of the parts are missing? Like, what they're
Terraforming machine?
Yes.
Give me a engineering check. A 21. Because of the wonderful computers roll that you had made before, something that kind of occurs to you is that all of these machines seem ancient beyond measure and don't show any signs of visible wear or tear. And wherever you have studied the spire, it looks to be in perfect condition. You get a sense that you're not even sure if this is damaged, but that's just your small mind's look into technology that is far beyond you.
So, I am just going outright. What parts are missing, if you don't mind?
Sturf's kind of just, under his breath, just goes, it's a matter to take up with my lead engineers. I'm not too terribly personally familiar with the situation. It's my duty to deal with the social side of the corporation. It's another duty for brighter minds to determine.
Yarich nods, and he's just kind of, his antenna twitches almost violently as he tries to go over this data again, trying to see if he's missed something. And seeing as this character is somewhat familiar with my species,
Okay, I am back.
he probably realizes that my character is getting frustrated with
So,
something.
just so you know, Hooper, we played it out when you left that like Ankos needed some time to think of what he was going to do next, so he went away to do something private. and 447 has broken off. So if you have something for 447 to do, you can obviously get on the comm and be like, hey.
I guess I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna message you that I'm just gonna go take a quick look around in so and so area. If you want to rejoin me, you can. But I need to find some
You
stuff.
get a simple text back, affirmative. And with that, without saying a word, I put the data chit of Fractal back in my pocket, I slip my helmet back on, and I go to regroup with Ankos.
I imagine the very thin, wispy ghost of Aspect kind of dissipates as you get up.
Yari just going to bow and say, I'm going to join up with the rest of my team. Thank you so much for letting us look around.
As all of you are, like, getting ready to go and meet back up with Ankos, Detective.
Yes.
Whilst you are exploring the northern side of this plant, you get a strange feeling. Like something isn't quite right.
Alright.
In fact, I would even go as far as to say that whilst you are marching around here alone in this place, you get this distinct feeling that you're being watched. What do you wish to do with that information?
A perception check to see if I can't catch any prying eyes in the darkness.
Go ahead.
Is it only Ankos who gets this sense?
Yes, because you all are approaching Ankos, and I had a specially made scene for this area devised.
Okay.
So, as you are taking a look around, from the corner of your eye, you spot something lurking just behind the shadow of a pillar that just kind of quickly sweeps in. But you get this strange iris, that color of cyan.
I'm going to... Well, simple. Yes, can I help you?
You don't get any immediate response back, but you get this almost draw, like you were being led towards a specific area.
So it's trying to get me to follow it or trying to corral me?
It is essentially telling you that there is something in that general area, and you are getting a almost psychic impression that you are to join it.
Have my companions linked up with me yet?
You look around and you don't see them either way.
I'm going to very slowly, I suppose, humor it while I wait for my two comrades to catch up. I'm keeping an eye on whatever this presence is, but I'm not going to commit to following it until I have backup.
Right. So, as you are approaching it and you kind of round about this hallway, you start leading a bit further into the facility, just kind of hanging around the edge. And by the time that the 447 and the Moth are about almost halfway to your position, you see what appears to be the same individual that 447 described standing at the end of this entryway. And she kind of looks at you and extends one finger up in a drawing motion before heading inside.
Like beckoning, like waiting for me to go inside as well?
Correct.
Or... I am going to definitely wait until at least 447 gets here. I'm gonna get on the I'm gonna get on the comms and say, you might want to make it quick. I found somebody.
You just received one reply, double timing.
So as the both of you go ahead and rush to meet up with Ankos at the entryway to this facility.
Yep.
We
meet up with
Ankos. As they arrive, I'm gonna look to 447. I'm gonna say, I don't think you're crazy. And I'm gonna walk forward.
But you don't know it's her.
Let's find out.
All right.
So, you creep into this place, and as you walk, there's almost this wave of nausea that hits all three of you, passing halfway through this entryway and even further and further. As it continues to increase and increase, you get to the other side and you almost feel distorted, the very metal around you kind of whines and twists as if it had a life of its own. And you find that you are entering a very significant and precious looking computer's room. On one end is the party, well, the gathered three, the trio. On the other end, standing next to a bank of particularly large terminals overlooking a screen that is just definitely meant for prominence and significance of its usage, is this very same figure, this 202 that is currently tapping away on a computer.
Okay. I will begin walking to the center of this room, and whenever I'm within earshot, I'm going to call out to the figure. You, seem to wanted to... I'm sorry. It seems you've, wanted to meet us. Might I ask who you are?
Oh, that is very simple. I'm exactly who you think I am. And I am very interested in each of you, especially my old friends.
I kind of freeze still.
So...
Yarich is going to put one of his small claws onto 447's back.
Well, don't get me wrong, I'm
Then
glad to have the reunion, but what exactly are you doing here?
Creating a bit of fun. And as she says that, she types a single last letter on the terminal that she is interacting with. And you see all of the banks of these panels and monitors turn a flashing red.
As this happens, I take a quick step back and I look to Yarich and go, Yarich, what the fuck is happening?
As this is happening, you start feeling reverberations, like something deep and ancient beneath you is starting to stir, almost like a minute earthquake.
Oh, fuck!
Alright, well, that didn't seem to be very good. I'm gonna ask again, you mind telling me what you're doing? Because this seems very dangerous.
I just told you, creating a bit of fun and fulfilling my mission. And as she says that, she turns over and runs away, disappearing into another corridor.
damn it, 202, come back!
So, I imagine the Centurion is going to start running after her.
Yeah, I am going to let him,
Yarich is-
and I'm going to turn to Yarich and go, we need to find out what the fuck she did and stop it.
Yarich is already at the terminal as you look around, trying to find him.
As you start tapping away at this thing with your multiple hands trying to figure out, you bring open a diagnostic, and through the twisting and just turning metal and nausea almost overwhelming you, you see these slurry of letters and keywords and try to make sense of them, and you just immediately get a sense that something within this has been activated, and if you act quickly, there is a chance to perform an emergency shutdown.
I will do that very thing.
Oh boy.
Come on,
Yeah! That's a good roll!
27 and 22, the both of you begin to immediately start typing away and trying to override this, and you just feel that nausea begin to press down on you even more. I'd like the both of you to make will saves.
One of my best saves, thank God.
Okay.
Nice.
Ooh,
Nice,
all
nice,
right.
nice.
And 17. So the 17 is not enough.
Fuck.
But, however, as Yarich is working on this terminal, Ankos, as you're typing away, you start blinking and shaking your head, and you feel this twisting headache up here. And you start looking at these banks of computer panels, and in between eye blinks and just trying to clear your head, you see a completely stable, serene room before the flash appears and kind of this overwhelming presence fills your head, and you see again this emergency alert. You're diving in between worlds before you come back to your senses just in time to see that something about this isn't right. This is some kind of mental effect. Things aren't as you're perceiving them, and you begin to see the truth. The fact that everything was fine until Yarich himself activated this operation.
The truth revealed.
Do what?
You kind of just immediately coming to your senses, realize that you have just been tricked with mind-altering psychic presences to activate this whatever's going on in her stead, and that you've just been tricked.
Oh fuck.
So you see Yarich still tapping away and
I'm going to grab him by the back of the collar and go, "No, Yarich, it's a trick."
So as you shake him and Yarich, you turn over and see the leering, almost twisting face of Ankos turning into a monstrous entity. As you are shaking and just kind of trying to get away from him, seeing these flashing displays starting to return to normal. Like, if you don't continue this work, it's all over. From Ankos' point of view, you see that this operation has just been started in reality and is basically already done.
Fuck. I guess with one hand trying to fucking hold Yarich and the other one I'm gonna try to, now that I finally know what I'm actually doing, I'm gonna try and see if I can find a cancel command.
You take a broad look over and go ahead and make a computers check. Yarich, what are you
And I'm
doing?
going to add it inside. If I can't find a cancel command, I'm gonna find an emergency shutdown switch. And if I can't find that, I'm gonna blow up a goddamn power supply.
Okay.
So you start tapping on this device and start manipulating into its internal systems. But this is advanced technology. In fact, you get a sense that whatever's been pushed into action here is of a direct consequence to your Moth's supreme skill in the order of computers. And that without his help, seeing as how he is mentally altered right now, the commands that he has issued, cannot be reversed.
Okay, I'm gonna start looking for an emergency shutdown switch.
You start looking around and just...
Yari just, once he realized this, can I make another will save to try to close my eyes and get rid of this demon
I
from
will
me?
allow you another will save.
Come on, Lord!
Whoa, okay.
19. You are still caught in
Damn!
At this
Holy
point,
fuck.
trying to wrench your way away from Ankos, the moth kind of skitters to the floor, and you are now being chased by a vile monster. So at this point, you're looking for an emergency off switch as the moth skitters further into this place.
I am gonna have to just leave him be for a second. I need to see if there's an emergency shutdown button. Most pieces of, like, high-end... Something like this has to have a kill switch. There has to be fucking some type of safe... I don't know what the fuck you'd call it.
Go ahead and give me an engineering check to try and locate a kill switch.
Oh god, no! This is gonna be a +3! It is one of those weird... Actually, wait, do I have ranks into engineering? No, I don't, so this is the bonus will apply. 1d20 plus 3. Oh god, please god. Why did my plus key not fucking work? This is a brand new goddamn keyboard. There's no excuse for that.
Okay.
All
right.
While you are searching through this very advanced bank of computers, you find what appears to be a series of switches that you're not quite sure what the fuck they do. You take a quick glance at them and they look to control different methods of powers from these sections. And as you reach this bank, you hear another deep rumble. Something beneath you is starting to awaken.
I am going to eyeball these switches for just 1 second and go, fuck it, pull all of them.
So you start just pulling all of these switches, all 5 of them, one after another. 447, as you are running, and at this point, these contorting, almost manipulating mists show 202 almost as a sliding, mocking figure
Yarich is going
drawing away from you.
Yarich is going to dig deep into his mind and think about what
I am going to say, from your point of view at this moment, having scrambled away from this particular situation, kind of curling up and thinking about the monster and thinking about the whole situation, you get an idea that there is still a way to reverse this process.
Hey, Levi.
Yarich is going to...
DM.
Yes.
Do we notice anything weird from the galley
We will get to that, but I have to continue this exploration.
Oh,
before-
shit.
Yarich
That
is going
happens.
to think about all his technological knowledge, all his mentor taught him, everything that has led up to this point, and dig deep, and go back to console, and try to fix everything that woman did.
So you kind of remove your
Ugh.
hands from your eyes and just kind of come to a decision. You run up to this main terminal room immediately as lights begin to turn out. And as the terminal banks are going dead, you turn around to see a monster destroying a switch bank that is just kind of irreversibly stopping this process of reversal. He is ruining your chance to fix everything. But give me an engineering check.
Alright?
Upon Yarich approaching, I'm going to turn around and ask, "Are you
Oh,
finally
dear.
back in your right state of mind, or what?"
At this
Stop
point,
it, monster!
Yarich just kind of like says that, and then immediately wanders over and like
I am
with
as soon as I see him approach,
four
I'm going to
arms.
I'm gonna kick him as fucking hard as I can.
So, as Yarich skitters forward in a desperate attempt to basically repair this power array, you muster with all your might a single forceful kick, and as the leg impacts him, go ahead and roll an attack. A 9. As the kick comes to fruition, we cut from this scene of desperate battle versus one who knows he's been tricked versus one who's trying to save everything. And we go to 447. Now, reaching out, just kind of desperately clawing your way to follow this ever elusive figure. You make it onto a rail, another platform overhanging this perfect artificial lake, now contorted and sneered. I would like you to make a will save.
Sounds good. It's not gonna go good, but sounds good. Oh my god. I was right. For the recording, I rolled a nat 1. For a total of 4.
As you
Jeez.
continue to follow after 202, chasing after her, eventually you manage to corner her as she is standing next to this railing, currently clambering up and turning around to face you.
How are you alive?
Another simple question. So, as you continue to encroach around this person, you see these twisting roots beginning to wind their way onto the platform. This tearing, almost infernal red sky starting to split at the seams. And you start looking around as these, well, for lack of a better comparison, almost grave mine style tree-like tendrils are winding their way through the middle of these plates towards you.
Oh, okay. Shit, is fucking 202 going anywhere?
202 is currently standing on the lip of a ledge towards a fall into the artificial lake. How do you respond to seeing these tendrils starting to wind onto the deck?
Fucking hell, I don't know what I even could do. Like, I guess I unshoulder my hunting rifle and attempt to, like, take pot shots at the tendrils to keep them the fuck away from me.
So, as you start shooting, they split into separate tree-like, bark-encrusted trunks that are just kind of stretching and curling.
I want to ask for ammo tracking purposes, how many shots do I get in?
Probably 3.
Okay. I will take 3 out of my backup ammo pool.
So, as if to answer your question, she raises up both of her arms and just goes, I have embraced the truth. The truth that underlies this mortal plane. I know that we are not alone in this universe, and with that, something forces all of its might, these tree trunks becoming rigid as something rises from the water. A massive, dark and twisted tree shrouded in the shadow created by your twisted mindscape. And something terrifying happens as you look down and find your legs are just encrusted and twisted in these tree
So
trunks.
I'm gonna look back up to 202. Sister, what are you talking about? Help me!
As this is happening, you are left with the cyan-eyed, snakish smile of 202 as she leaps off of the platform.
Sister, where are you going?
As these tree trunks, you look down and see that they are starting to wind around your legs and up to your torso. There is a terrifying realization. You start seeing eyes lining all of the limbs, and you start seeing eyes opening across this monstrous figure that is rising up. And you realize that this tree is made out of the twisted amalgamation of serpents. Two massive eyes open in the center and narrow down on you.
So am
as
I
you
being
are-
like dragged in and consumed to this thing?
You are currently being rooted in position and being covered in these tendrils.
Fucking hell.
As this happens, as they wind around your torso and threaten to completely overtake you, that is where your vision goes black, and that is where tonight's session will end.
Oh dear, oh my.
How the fuck are we going to explain our way out of this?
I think
fuck?
we're a little fucky.
I think this might be the fucking biggest cliffhanger I've ever ended on a goddamn tabletop game.
Jesus fuck.
Oh god.
Oh me, oh my! Despite my good rolls
I am-
for a will save,
Yeah, no. That was like the fucking best, like you rolled a 19 and a 17 and you still got fucked. Thank God Will is my bar none highest save, otherwise I'd have been fucked.
Yeah,
Oh.
you are probably the single one person who has saved this.
I am the only one that is still of my right state of mind and I'm trying to... My fucking bullshit conspiracy theory was right. I just got the wrong fucking person!
Great. Now we're fighting chaos.
Well, I guess there's nothing left to say.
I can do anything.
I'm gonna kill the recording here. Fuck.